What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate y'all for rocking with us here on a Monday, September 29th, coming into Florida week. It was a cool bye week. Your boy, as you can see, back in the ATX. Cincinnati was cool. Ohio was dope. It was great seeing my sister and brother-in-law and my nieces. My wife loved it. So, yeah, man, it was a good bye week. And there was a lot of good football to watch, too, that I definitely got to check out. Can't wait to talk to Chip about that. I owe that SOB 10 freaking dollars because Drew Aller, when you try to believe in somebody, when you try to think good about someone, try to stay positive, because I could be a negative guy. Y'all know that. I could be a negative guy. I feel like I just call it how it is. And I try to see every, direction of, whatever the situation is, positive, negative. You know what I'm saying? I try to be objective. And Drew Aller, damn it, just couldn't help himself. James Franklin just couldn't help himself. But like, subscribe, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Twitter. We're everywhere, man. Get the app. Hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. The comment section's always popping. Love to hear everybody's comments and how everybody feels coming into Florida week. You know what I'm saying? Good bye week. Got a chance to talk to the players today, the media guys, which is why Chip's probably late because they're probably wrapping that up and he's trying to hike on over the LBJ library, and can't wait to hear what he heard from the players and Steve Sarkeesian. I think Arch Manning got to speak today. Hero Canoe, the defensive tackle transfer from Ohio State, who's having a pretty solid year thus far. He got a chance to speak to the media. Ryan Wingo, Mookie Tav. So a lot of guys, man, you get to hear from them and just how they took this bye week and how they're getting ready for this upcoming game against Florida, because it's weird. Like, if you're watching college football right now, nobody's like really standing out as that great team. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's like Ohio State. Yes, they're undefeated. They're number one, but that game at Washington wasn't no picnic. You know what I'm saying? Like, that game, it was on the road. Julian Saint's first road game, okay, but that defense for Ohio State, they showed up. The offense, up and down, especially with all the weapons that they got. Like, they shouldn't be up and down against Washington. So, Oregon looks good, but also, to what I just said before, like Drew Aller, James Franklin, those guys, they just can't win the big game. So, Oregon, big-time win, big-time interception, making big-time plays. Dan Lanning's a freaking maniac, man. Dan Lanning, he owns something. He owns something. Like, I know that's wild to say about a coach of a program like Oregon, but the way that he was acting after the game, and again, this is just his enthusiasm and just pure adrenaline and emotion. It's an emotional game. I mean, you go into overtime, you're on the road, they got the wide out, like, it's popping. So Dan Lanning, he was doing all that twitching and moving his head like he was on that booger sugar. I don't know. I'm sure Chip saw that. My man Chip Brown in the house. What's up, dog?
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And if you're Drew Aller, you gotta really find some things to be happy about, because it sure isn't his ability to finish a game.
Good God.
Zay, what is going on with my man?
I was telling the folks before you jumped on, I try to believe in him. I try to believe this is a different Drew Aller. What we've seen these previous games leading up to this Oregon game was fugazi, bogus, not real, and his best football was yet to come. I was wrong. Happy to pay $10 bet's a bet. You know what I'm saying? I should have known. I should have known. James Franklin, Drew Aller. I was thinking the crowd. The crowd, Dan Lanning said it himself when he kind of came off of that, cocaine high that he had, it seemed like after the game. He was like, yo, their crowd, that's like 7 points for them right there. Like that's facts. Like that crowd was rowdy, night game. And salute Dante Moore. Dante Moore is a player.
Yeah. I mean, that was the first time Dante Moore had ever been in that kind of environment. And he handled it. He walked in there like white out. What we talking about? I'm going to show everybody what's going on. And he did. Meanwhile, Drew Aller. No, I'm kidding.
No,
and it was, man, it's tough. It's tough. Listen, I'm just telling you. I don't hate on the guy. And here's the thing. James Franklin is tied to this guy. And we know the quarterback can make the coach because Tom Brady made Bill Belichick. Teddy Bridgewater made Charlie Strong. Vince Young and Colt McCoy got Mac Brown his only conference championships. In a nearly 40-year head coaching career, Mac Brown has 2 conference championships, and they're with Vince Young and Colt McCoy at quarterback. We know how important the quarterback position is. And here's the thing. We talked about this last week. Bo Pribula. Bo Pribula might be the guy. And James Franklin stuck with Drew Aller. Sometimes being loyal can be tough. Because how many of these losses, these big game losses that James Franklin's getting tagged with not being able to win have been with Drew Aller at quarterback?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Seems like he's been there forever.
It's tough. Sometimes
you're always close. It's not like they're getting blown out.
Right.
It's frustrating.
Right. He's just good enough to get you beat.
Like he just makes some mistake at the end of the game. Like you saw that last year from Notre Dame. You see that in this game. Like the play that Dante Moore had to score, the way that he dodged the traffic heading towards him and kept his eyes up the field to let his receiver do the rest. For the next play, for Drew Aller to throw an interception, it just seemed fitting for Drew Aller's career. You feel for him, man. Like
you do.
I got a heart. I feel for the guy. Like that has to be pain to lose like that. Because you're right there. Like Oregon, they took control of that game late. It was ugly the whole time. Second half, Oregon, they go up 17-3, and it's like, all right, well, Penn State stick a fork in them. And Drew Allen makes a hell of a throw, put up 7. They come back, do a little reverse play, tie game. We got a brand new ball game here.
Well, the way I sort of had confirmation bias. I had my bias confirmed about Drew Aller. But I came away from the weekend singing a new song about Ty Simpson.
Oh, yeah.
Because I wasn't sure about Ty Simpson. And now I'm like, okay, that's what we're talking about. Ty Simpson went into Athens and he said, excuse me while I whip this out.
Oh.
And he made plays when he had to. He managed that game. He didn't make the big mistake. It was a hell of a game. I was flipping back and forth.
Yeah, it was tough.
It was tough.
It was tough. I had to record one and watch it later, but Obviously, the updates ruined everything. But yeah, Ty Simpson, he got some of that. He got some asshole to him. And I could say that in the most flattering, positive way. You know, he scored that running touchdown. He looks in the crowd. He's pushing the crowd. That's a different type of juice, Chip. I didn't know he had all that in him. That's a different type of swagger that this team, they need, man.
And you know what's crazy, Zay, is his numbers were almost identical to what Quinn's were when Quinn beat Alabama.
Yeah.
24 of 38, 276, 2 touchdowns, no picks, except I think Quinn had 3 touchdowns. And it wasn't like Gunnar Stockton played bad. And Georgia
has some horrible drops, man.
Yeah.
Horrible. Like touchdown drops.
Right.
Like I know Ryan Williams had one early, but Georgia had just a post route down the middle. Gunnar Stockton puts it on the money. The money. That's what you pray for when you're a quarterback. You don't get those opportunities often. And then the team that led college football in drops last year, here we go again. Kirby
Showed up again.
Yep. Oh, you hear that? That's such a deflating like crowd. Oh, the whole crowd. It just deflates. It's just a shot to the gut to the in that stadium. That's like, yo, we're out here struggling our ass off. Like, look at
like you and me trying to make picks.
Like 2 for 8 on third down. They need all the help they can get. Nate Frazier out here, your boy Nate Frazier out here fumbling. His job's gone. Kirby was cold-blooded with him in the presser. Kirby didn't give a damn. Kirby was like, yo, this ain't the first time he's fumbled because they asked him about it. Like, why'd they go with the Chauncey kid? What's his name? Bowens. Yeah, who played well. 12 carries, 119 yards. Yeah, like you were saying, Chip, Georgia, they ran the ball well, but timely plays. Ty Simpson and Alabama made them. Kirby Smart and them did not. Like that 4th and 1, they throw the toss. White boy gobbled up. That was brutal.
Tried to stiff arm.
Yo, kick the field goal, Kirby. Kick the field goal. Take the points. 4th and 1. You're right there. You're down by 3. Alabama doesn't score in the second half. All their points came in the first half, 24. It looked like Kalen DeBoer and them were about to just run it up. And then Kirby, as Kirby does, goes into the lab, talks to the coaches, Bobo, Schumann, chopping it up. All right, let's do this. Let's change some things up. They ain't going to see it. Second half, completely different Georgia team, but certain plays, man, you got to have them. And they didn't have them. That was a good game. Good
Georgia had 2 drops, and they were huge.
Huge.
Zachariah Branch and Talyn Taylor.
Oh, we talking Ruben Studdard huge. Like this is like, come on, man. If you're Kirby, you're just like, come on. Nate Frazier, you're supposed to be the guy. Your job gone, buddy. Gone. What up, CB? Yeah.
Yeah, man. And Arkansas wasn't messing around. By the way, I agree with Rex. Rex said Simpson going into Athens and winning reminded me of Quinn going into Tuscaloosa and beating Bama. I agree. Very similar games.
Yeah, the way they move Simpson in the pocket, man, he has good footwork. Throwing on the run, you know what I'm saying? Being able to set his feet like really quick to where he could get off throws and get everything into that throw. Hey, Ruben Studdard's my guy. Sorry, 2004. They hosed him on American Idol. I forget who he lost to. I think
Clay Aiken, right?
That sounds right. They hosed him because he was a fat brother. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to make a point. If he was 200 pounds lighter, he would have won American Idol.
He was the Mark Mangino of American Idol?
Yeah, man. We're talking about 05. If this was today, Ruben Studdard would have won. 2025, it's a different time. 05, they ain't want no fat boy to win. Come on.
Right. Now he can do the fat shot.
Yeah. Go zip it.
Yeah, man.
Serena Williams. He be
Everybody's
good.
getting.
Yeah, he'd be fine. But yeah,
I found out I gotta lose some weight.
Oh, I know I do. I just don't be listening to the doctor.
Somehow I'm like,
God's hands, Doc.
I'm like,
Yo, don't be believing what Doc's saying about that, man. That's what they all the BMI, all that stuff. That stuff, come on. I can't buy into that, man. Food's too good.
Somehow I'm like, I guess I'm eating too much sugar because
what?
They're saying I might be like pre-diabetic.
Oh.
I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, nothing but salmon for this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that messes with your mind. Adonai Mitchell diabetic, and he out here dropping touchdowns before he gets past the red zone. So you don't want that.
I felt so bad for him.
I know, man.
He wasn't even trying to showboat. He was just trying to switch hands.
And I know we're all over the place these first 17 minutes, but he can't do that.
Yeah, if you missed it, Adonai Mitchell catches this pass. It's going to be a huge play touchdown. And he is running all by himself. He has caught the ball. He's past the defense. He's going into the end zone. And he's like trying to move the ball from one hand to the other. And he loses control. It goes through the end zone. It's a touchback for the Rams. And this is a guy who's, trying to get it going with the Colts. And then over on the sideline, I saw him slam his helmet.
Oh yeah, you got to slam the helmet. Yeah, that's good though. That's not good.
You
got to show you care. Yeah, you got to have a crash out. You know what I'm saying? You got to, have that vet come and you throw the vet off a little bit, but then it gets that tough love.
It's like when King Henry fumbled and he slammed his helmet down, then he slipped and he fell onto the bench.
That was weak. I can't back that up. That was so weak. That's a meme now. He looks so weak doing that. No, that's why they got their ass whooped yesterday by Kansas City. Xavier Worthy was torching them boys. Xavier Worthy.
Xavier Worthy.
This is on Travis Kelce, man. This team would be 4-0 if Xavier Worthy was there.
Yeah, Kelce knocked him out.
Yeah, Travis Kelce, he's worrying about engagement rings and wedding venues. He
knocked Worthy straight out of the active roster.
Yo, I'm sure Xavier Worthy has people in his family that love Taylor Swift. I need autograph memorabilia. This is first concert tour stuff. I wore this on my first concert, signed, bam, given to the family. That's how much Travis Kelce owes Xavier Worthy and the team. Just because, again, Xavier Worthy, him coming back alone gives that Chiefs team a different spark.
What was more sick, Worthy's game or Bijan Robinson's jump cuts going through the defense for a touchdown?
Oh, Bijan Robinson.
Bijan, that dude's pretty amazing.
Good grief, man.
Talk about lateral quickness and jump cuts and contact balance. Yeah, they
needed that game. Yeah, Michael Penix and them. They had old ass Bobby Wagner. I don't know if he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he'll eventually be in Canton. They had this 35-year-old Bobby Wagner trying to guard Bijan man-to-manship, and it went down as how you would probably expect it to go down. Not good for Bobby Wagner and the Commanders. I get it. Maybe once upon a time, I think even in this Bobby Wagner would have a difficult time checking Bijan Robinson. That's not a knock on Bobby. Bijan's that damn good. But come on, Dan Quinn. Danny. Come on, bro.
Hey, Dan, he learned the hard way. He's like, oh, he can't be that. Oh, he's that good.
Yeah, he's that good. Bobby's got him. Bobby's a legend.
Bobby's got him. Bobby's our best player.
Yeah, Bobby's our best player. Like, it's cool that he's 35. So it's not like he has insane miles on his body. Like, Bobby Wagner doesn't miss many games, bro. We're talking about 15 years deep playing brutal football. Bobby Wagner is probably like 7+ first team all pro.
He led his team in tackles and had a tackle for loss.
Oh, yeah. To be 35 and playing linebacker in this era of NFL, these high-powered offenses, you've got to be cut from a different cloth and like future Hall of Fame status like Bobby is, because he's still doing his thing. But, yeah, they were wrong for matching them up one-on-one with Bijan. That was cold-blooded. He has no chance.
Hey, the Houston Texans got a win.
Yeah.
26-zip.
Damn. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I feel bad for Gunnar Helm, man. He ain't dealt with losing like this.
Yeah, the Texans beat the Titans 26-zip. The Titans are winless. And our man Gunnar Helm had 1 catch for 12 yards.
Yeah, it's tough out here.
He's catching his targets, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
he's doing good.
Ward's not running for his life the whole time. Maybe he could look up down the field and see Gunnar Helm, but it's hard to find your targets when you're on the ground a lot. You're constantly running. The play never works. The play that coach calls never works. So Cam Ward's really just freestyling, playing sandlot football because guys are just running loose and obvious. The Texans, they got a lot.
Was T'Vondre Sweat not playing for the Titans?
I didn't see him.
I didn't see him either, and he didn't have a statistic in the game.
Yeah.
Quandre Diggs had 5 tackles. But yeah, man. Texans finally get a win. CJ Stroud, 22 of 28, 233 yards, 2 touchdowns. Yeah, Texans ran the ball a little bit.
Gotta run it.
And the Cowboys. This game was amazing. I stayed up watching this game because I was like, are the Cowboys going to win this game over the Packers?
You see your boy Dak.
Dak was solid. Dak was solid, man. I want him to be great. I want Dak to be great. I do. I mean it. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, I see it in your eyes.
Right? You see it in my eyes. You see the pain.
I see it.
You see the want to. Dak was 31 of 40, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. But Jordan Love was 31 of 43, 337 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. And Josh Jacobs ran wild. Javonte Williams ran well. Like, from an offensive standpoint, you got everything you wanted. And what I could not believe is how the Cowboys were chopping through that Packers defense, because that Packers defense, at least at home in Lambeau, was ruthless on my Lions. I can't believe going out on the road, the Packers have just they're like the Wicked Witch of the West. You just pour some water on them and they turn to dust on the road. What, they're only going to be good at home this year?
Maybe. Sometimes it bees that way. I mean, no CeeDee Lamb either. That's impressive.
2 road games they've played, they've lost and tied.
Yeah, well, okay, come on, man. There should never be ties in the NFL. I got an idea. Stick with me here. Play that 10 minutes like you normally do. If we get into a tie situation where time expires in overtime, put that thing on the 2-yard line, 2-point conversions from here on out. And we just, keep battling until somebody doesn't make it and somebody does.
You want them to go to the college rules.
After the 10 minutes. I mean, to be honest, I would love the college rules anyway. Yes, So, yes, rewind that. You're right. I would love for them to go the college rules, put that thing on the 25. After the first 2 times, both teams score, put that thing on the 2-yard line, 2-point conversion style. Yeah. But I know, the NFL is tradition. We don't like change. It takes us forever to make these changes, but then they finally do it sometimes, and it's like, oh, look how much better the game is now. Like the kickoff. The kickoff's awesome. Like, I like seeing guys try to return it all the way. I like seeing guys like Deebo Samuel, who you wouldn't have on a normal kickoff, but in today's NFL version of the kickoff, be a really good returner based on the rules. So, yeah, like ties, man, that's so weak. And everybody just kind of, in a game like that, come on, man. That one was supposed to be a classic. Now we're always just going to think, oh, yeah, it's the weird tie game. So, no, Rob, they just keep playing. There's no clock. So the clock is gone in the playoffs. So, yeah, both teams get a turn. They score.
How was there 1 second left?
Yeah, that's bogus too. Michael Irvin was bitching about that earlier today.
Like they're snapping the ball. It seemed like, okay, this is the last play of the game. And then all of a sudden, Jordan Love throws into the end zone incomplete, and there's 1 second still on the clock. Normally that, especially playing at Dallas, normally that second disappears.
Yeah, that must be like the ghost of Vince Lombardi or something, because ain't no way that time shouldn't have hit 0. Like, something's fishy about that, but Jordan Love, he might have went down as one of the dumbest moves ever to now somehow you got the tie off. But
and the Packers kicker, that's that Brandon McManus who was accused of sexual assault.
Jeez.
That dude, he's all kinds of heebie-jeebies.
Can he kick though?
Yeah, he kicked it right through the uprights, and we had a tie.
They don't care.
Chris Bennett,
NFL care.
World's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Thank you. Tavondre Sweat is on IR with an ankle injury.
Oh yeah, he too big. That might be months. I hope he gets well, but good grief.
Neiman, what you mean? What you mean my Lions are done? My Lions handled their business.
Well, their business.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, another couple of touchdown catches. What? Because the cornerbacks, now, if you're talking about the cornerbacks, they got to go to the street, man. They should have been signing dudes. They should have been stashing dudes on the practice squad. They have got to find some corners because Terry Arnold is out. Now DJ Reed is out. This is a perfect opportunity to get in some guys who can actually play. I like DJ Reed, but Terry and Arnold, you take your time coming off that IR. He's terrible.
Here you go again, wishing injury on these players.
I know. I'm probably doomed.
Yo, Kelvin Shepard, defensive coordinator for the Lions, he came out and he backed up Terrion Arnold. He was like, we're asking a lot for him. We're asking them to do things that other quarters wouldn't do because it helps out the other 10 men on the field. And I was like, you know what? Ship needs to hear this. He was like, he has some good plays, but when you're a corner, you're on that island and everybody sees you get exposed.
Yeah, it's always been that way. That's not new. Corners have always been on the island. That's why you got to find dudes that have that dog in them. And I don't see
podcast with Patrick Surtain II. Maybe that will rub off on them. Those Bama guys, they're tight.
Yeah, we got the worst Bama corner. We got the best. Brian Branch is money.
Yeah, he's good.
Terry and Arnold, good God, how long are we going to play out that string? Hey, how about the Tigers, huh? The Tigers. The Tigers. It wasn't pretty, but they scratched and clawed. Sorry, Astros fans.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah,
that's terrible.
It could be worse, though. You could be the Mets. It could be the worst. You could be the Mets with that payroll, to be leading the league by like 18 something games at one point of the season, and then just have it go straight in the crapper. Yo, and the Reds, being in Cincinnati yesterday, it was dope. Folks were having a blast, just partying, honking, because the Reds, they got in, because the Mets, choke job.
Well,
it's baseball, man. It's tough.
I don't know what was a bigger choke job, the Mets or the Ryder Cup team for the first 2 days. And then they almost pulled off a miracle. I don't know how much golf you were watching, Zay.
I watched no golf. I barely
No golf.
Ryder's Cup was going on.
Let me just say this. Those Europeans play for each other. The Americans, and this was the case with Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods was all about maintaining his dominance over everyone else. He wasn't about team.
No.
He struggled to be a good teammate. He became a better teammate as he got older. But right now, Scotty Scheffler, he doesn't know how to do the whole team thing.
And that's fine. What do you mean?
Well, Scotty Scheffler finally won, but he was like 1-4.
Yeah. What about everybody else? Like, everybody look at that Scotty. What about everybody else?
I know.
You gotta keep the upper hand, you know what I'm saying? You gotta keep the upper hand on these guys. These are your competitors. Now, every once in a while the Ryder Cup comes around and team.
Every 2 years.
That's what
And
I'm saying.
I'll say this. They had to win 10 of the 12 singles matches yesterday, and it came down to the final 4 singles matches. Like, everyone did what they were supposed to do early on. Cam Young rolls in a big putt. Justin Thomas rolls in a big putt, and you're like, oh, my gosh, look at this. So Bryson DeChambeau comes back from 5 down to tie and get half a point. And you're watching these guys, Scotty wins, and Xander Schauffele beats John Rahm, and you're going, oh, my God, look at this. And then freaking I can't even remember who it was who missed. He needed to 2-putt from the bottom of the green, and he didn't do it. It was so bad.
Not a team player.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. This is what I saw. I heard the fans were wild.
Yeah. Yeah. It was New York. Sports fans in New York, they're a little aggressive. So they got all over Rory. They hit his wife with a beer.
Why is she so close? What do you mean?
Hey.
Well, this America, man. That happens. I'm not saying that it's good, but come on, man. Your man's won a green jacket. She don't need to be right there in the heat of things. She's too close, man. She's too close. She's basically royalty. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be careful with that. I know they don't have suites and stuff, but there's a place where she can watch it and still support her man to where none of those things happen.
Well, it was nasty. It was rough, and they're gonna have to think about putting that thing in New York ever again.
Yo, that sounds like Happy Gilmore or something.
Oh yeah, it was.
You need that in golf.
I agree.
You need a little bit of that. As long as no one got hurt. Is she okay? Does she need stitches or anything?
Yeah, no, she'll be all right.
Okay. Did she pass out and fall? Was it dramatic?
No, she did not pull a Caitlin Clark.
Okay, cool. Wow. I don't think Caitlin deserved that. But
hey, well, has anyone checked on that Florida State receiver who got trampled by the Virginia field rushing?
Yeah, I've never seen a field rush that fast in my life.
That poor kid goes for the catch, falls to the ground, and the next thing you see is 1,000 Virginia students running over the top of that guy.
Yeah. It's a big win. Cavaliers, man. Yeah. I was telling the folks before you jumped on what I noticed about this weekend in college football, because even Ohio State, that game against Washington, Ohio State's defense is for real, but we knew that. Julian Saint's really good game manager. Like, there just doesn't do anything crazy. He has so many weapons around him. Like, he's not like, I wouldn't even put him where Ty Simpson or hell, your boy Trinidad Chambliss is. Trinidad Chambliss. Oh, whoa.
Trinidad.
Bro.
Who's your Trinidaddy?
Man.
That dude may take Lane Kiffin places.
Yo, Austin Simmons, your job gone.
Yeah.
Austin Simmons needs to call Brendan Morton right now. Just be like, yo, bro, y'all, that's therapy for one another, because y'all's jobs out here, like, you go like that. Don't get hurt. Steve Sarkeesian used to say it all the time back in his BYU days whenever he got nicked up. I can't be on that sideline too long because the backup come in and light it up. Got a controversy. But, yeah, ain't nobody that great. There's a lot of good. Like A&M. Why was A&M struggling their ass off like that? A&M should have put it on Auburn. Auburn 0 for 13 on third down.
0 for 13.
What?
Jackson Arnold is I hate to say it, Hugh Freeze, he picked the wrong horse too.
Yeah. Yeah, Brent Venables over here like, see? Y'all thought it was just the offensive line. Nope, see?
Hugh Freeze spent 2 years with Peyton Thorne losing. And then he brought in Jackson Arnold, who's got all kinds of PTSD from his days at OU. Yeah. And then he's not the guy.
Yeah.
And that was a winnable game.
Yeah, it's like the girl who she means well, but then she always picks the a-hole, asshole boyfriend that's attractive, but she's like, I could change him.
Yeah. That's
I see the good.
Might be James Franklin too.
Yeah, James Franklin might be that too. Where I see the good. I could change. I could help them, and we can make magic. And yeah, it hasn't been that way. But yeah, Mike Elko and them, that offense, the run game was good. Marcel Reed, I won that game, bro. Like, y'all at home, 0 for 13. You got to run them by 40. You win by 6. I don't know, A&M and Notre Dame too. That's not that big of a win like you think. So there's just no one that like really stands out. Oregon, good win. But again, Penn State, Drew Aller.
Right, it's still there for the taking. Like, if Texas can get its head out of its rear end, and we'll get to that, and start stacking offensive performances to go with this defense, then Texas is going to be back in this thing.
Yeah.
Because every game is a losable game. Right now, the best quarterback in college football is Diego Pavia.
What about Fernando?
Fernando looked a little shaky.
Fernando made the plays when it counted, though.
He made the plays when it counted. But
that arm's so smooth, man. That arm's so smooth. That's a smooth dude. But it's Iowa. Like, in Iowa, they get you, man. That's a sweet moment when they're waving to the sick children.
Oh, yeah, the little hospital kids.
Moment. If you're an opposing team, they get you because that makes you're playing a violent-ass game. Yeah, you're like, oh, this is cute, which it is. Like, everyone's human, so your heart, your beautiful side comes out. And then, like, all of a sudden, the second quarter starts, you're like, oh, yeah, we gotta snap back into playing this violent, brutal-ass game again. They get you. Them Iowas, they get you.
What the hell was that? What the hell was that safety at the end?
Yeah, he was talking to the folks that were putting money on that game too after. He was like, yeah, I apologize for whatever, but I'm trying to win the game. Well, I don't know if he said it like that. I'm paraphrasing, but he talked about it in the presser. I don't remember the line. Was it 7.5?
Yeah, 7.5.
That's sketchy. That's sketchy, Fernando.
I lost that one.
Oh, I think I lost every game this week.
Yeah, you did.
That.
You had LSU,
Yo, Brian.
Penn State, and Georgia. I had Indiana, loss. I had the Washington Huskies, loss. But I had Oregon, baby. In the NFL, I lost every damn game.
I think I lost every game in the NFL.
I had Tampa Bay plus 3.5, loss.
Yeah.
I had Green Bay minus 6.5, loss.
Yeah.
And I had Vegas plus 1.5. Did they cover? They lose by 1?
Vegas?
I may have won that one.
Oh.
Let's see here. What was that score?
They lost by 1.
Okay, and I had them plus 1.5, so that's a win.
Oh, that's a win.
I mean, that game was driving me crazy because the Raiders were in control, and they kept making like I thought Geno was point shaving.
Wow,
that was terrible. All right, you had the Chargers, louse. You had the Ravens, louse.
Jeez.
And you had Cincinnati because you were in Cincinnati. You were trying to be.
That's tonight.
Okay, you still got a shot.
Still got a shot not to go over.
I went 2 and 4.
God. Woo.
Hey, man.
Woo. Hey,
why you don't bet.
We never said take our picks and run.
We said don't.
We say don't do that. So don't, your girlfriend.
Okay, so let's get into the Longhorns because Steve Sarkeesian and players talked, and I thought this was very interesting because Steve Sarkeesian was asked about, Arch. Would it have been better for Arch to keep playing coming off the Sam Houston game? He developed some momentum with Ryan Wingo, even dating back to the UTEP, finishing 7 of 10, throwing a touchdown pass. Wingo, and then, they've now connected for 7 times, 125 yards, 3 touchdowns last 2 games. And Sarkeesian said, yeah, we want to keep building on what we saw from Arch. He was getting a little further in his progression. He needs to keep doing that. And then he's asked about expectations for certain players. And he's like, I watched a bunch of players over the weekend who were struggling with expectations. And he said, look, it took 4 games for Arch Manning and Ryan Wingo to relax. And he said, I hope some of these other guys can work through it because college football is better when the good players are really good. So Sarkeesian sounding like he feels like Arch has gotten through the pressing, and that's everybody's question going into this hostile environment at Florida. Seems like Texas is the last team to play an SEC game, for God's sake. But Ole Miss has played 3 SEC games already. But that's what everyone wants to know. Is Arch over whatever pressing he was, is he out of his head? And so we're going to find out Saturday at 2:30. But I thought it was interesting that Sarkeesian, he talked about how the criticism is it's more intense than it's ever been. People are holding players accountable because of their NIL. They're not playing up to what their NIL is. Every fan's got Twitter. They're direct tweeting these kids, all of it. And Sark said, that's the way it is. He wasn't complaining about it. He said, that's the way it is. He said, us as coaches, We have to get the players into the right mental space. And he's right.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to change. Everybody's going to keep bringing the thunder to these players if they're not living up to all the hype and hysteria that is built up about them through no fault of their own. Now, no one told Arch he had to go make a bunch of money off of Viore and Red Bull and Waymo, Warby Parker, but who's going to turn that down? Even though Arch did turn down an ad with Michael Taft.
Yeah, man, I still think that's cold-blooded. I hope he's paying that back somehow.
Right. My man Michael Taft,
Michael Taft.
little
salty about that.
Little engine that could. Come on, man. Let Michael Taft get a little Skrilla. But what's your take, Zay? What's your gut say about Arch and this offense going into the swamp, and if they can just keep building on what we saw against Sam Houston?
I definitely think that depends on who's healthy coming into this week. Sark really, what he say about Contravian Wisner? He never said that he'll be playing, but basically that
he was like, you can find out from the injury report on Wednesday night.
See,
he's playing.
Right. I mean, if you want to play those mind games with Billy Napier, hey, be my guest, Sark. Whatever it takes to win, I'm all for it. Same. I heard Emmett Mosley, the fifth talks.
You know what I heard about Emmett Mosley?
Best blocker.
He's a savage blocker.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that.
That is what I've been waiting for from Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. I can't wait to see that dude.
Yeah, and in this offense, hey, you got to have those type of guys. So
jobs are on the line when that dude hits the field.
Yeah, if he could come back and give this team an extra spark, then I definitely could see this offense taking off. But I think it's going to be a very tough game if it's going to be, those three young backs, Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, James Simon, with this offensive line and just the lack of, production from the run game going up against this front against Florida, it'll be pretty difficult. So, yeah, this passing game, they're going to have to be money. Arch is going to have to be on point with his throws, just being accurate and being smart. Going back to Trinidad Chambliss, Chip, he didn't do anything extravagant against LSU, but he was smart, throwing the ball out of bounds, keeping his eyes up the field when he was rolling outside of the pocket and still delivering throws. Like, it was a very balanced attack for Ole Miss. You don't have to be Superman. You don't have to say, okay, I got to make this big time throw and thread this needle. Okay, Ryan Wingo hasn't touched it in a little bit. Let me just throw it up there to give him a chance. Like, no, I think that's what's gotten Arch in trouble at times this year. So if he's willing to take those dink and dunk plays, and this is what Steve Sarkeesian is referred to on him and the rest of the coaching staff, they have to get this team thinking smart, playing smart, getting rid of this penalty bug that they have. Can't have double-digit penalties. You can't be up there 7, 8, 9 penalties a game. All those things add up, and it really deflates a team that's already struggling on offense. So if you get rid of those ill-advised penalties, self-inflicting wound situations, then yes, this offense has a chance to be really good and dynamic, and I think they could earn some serious confidence if they have a big-time game in Gainesville this Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is a must-win game for Texas, period. Must-win game. Florida's 1-3. Everyone's getting ready for Billy Napier's funeral. You cannot be the slump buster.
Opt out, DJ. Save that red shirt, bro. What do you mean you want to play again? Why would you do that? Why? You play 4 games. That's it. This is what the rule's for. You go out to Billy Napier, you be like, look, Bill. You call him Bill, by the way. Look, Bill, it's been cool, but you're dead man walking. Let's just keep it a buck. I don't want to stick around for this. So I'm going to get out before things get too hot. I'll write a beautiful letter to the, School of Florida, my farewell letter that the PR or AI will deliver perfectly for him. And I'll keep this red shirt.
What you mean? They've only lost one SEC game.
It don't matter. You lost to South Florida. You lost to Miami. DJ Lagway, 61 yards against Miami.
Guess what? You know what makes everyone forget about that? Beating Texas and getting back in the SEC race.
DJ Lagway got to worry about his career, man. You got 3 more years left of eligibility. You wash it. You're already hurt as hell. Have you gone through the list of injuries that DJ Lagway has had since he's gotten to Florida? Shoulder injury, hip hernia, calf strain. The brother was in the boot after Miami. He needs a year to take care of his body. He needs a year. I'm trying to look out for him. Again, I'm not running from the smoke, y'all. I'm not running from the smoke. If DJ Lagway wants to play, hey, man, God bless him. Go out there.
He's playing.
I'm looking out for the brother's future. You know what I'm saying? This is a young brother from Texas. That's why it means something to me, Chip. You're probably wondering why, damn, Zay's really going to bat for DJ Lagway because he's a Texan. You know what I'm saying?
John McClain wants him to transfer to Baylor.
I would love that for John and DJ. His dad went there. I didn't know his pops went there.
Yeah.
Was a running back and everything. So Waco.
Yeah. I covered his dad.
See? There we go. Ain't that beautiful? That's a beautiful story.
Derek Lagway.
Yeah, because it don't get no easier for Florida. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if DJ wants to go play against Michael Taft and Anthony Hill, like if he thinks he's going to have that bounce back game against those guys, good luck. Because these dudes, man, they different.
You need to save your breath for old DJ Lagway because he's playing.
All right.
And Texas needs to get ready for DJ Lagway.
Yeah.
And I guarantee.
He has 6 days. It don't have to be today, DJ. Tomorrow you might not wake up and feel the same. You've had that, Chip, where it's just sometimes you wake up, you have a good night's sleep, and now you're thinking different. Like, man. He needs
Can you imagine someone calls like in the next hour and makes an offer and he's like, yeah,
hey,
I'm out.
I wouldn't knock it. People would hate him for it. People would say he's soft, weak. Like, oh, you don't got to go back to Florida. Like, you just looking out for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure he's taking a lot of paper. This is where the NIL could get a little sketchy. I'm sure DJ's taking a lot of paper, which you got to let it spread throughout the family, whoever this money's going to, if you haven't saved, if you've blown it already. Either way, DJ, you probably got responsibilities with these Florida boosters.
He signed a contract. He might have to pay some of it back.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the other risk. That's the thing why you got to play through it. But, yeah, that shoulder injury, I'm sure Ethan Burke would love to land on that shoulder on accident.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we ain't going for the shoulder. We're just trying to make a nice form tackle. If his shoulder happens to be in the way, he's the one playing. It's not the defense job to look out for his health. If he's going to go out there and play, these guys are trying to earn some money too. There's a lot of NFL guys that have those NFL aspirations on this Texas team. So I'm just trying to look out for DJ because that's a lot. Hernia? What? All right, bro. All right, you tough. You tough, right? All right.
Well,
you can't say he's not tough.
Is Jack, are you talking about Sam Pittman?
Hell yeah, Jack. Hell yeah. They did Sam wrong, man. Let Sam finish out the season.
Yeah, that was rough.
That was rough, man. And now Bobby Petrino firing everybody, firing, coordinators, different assistant coaches.
You knew Bobby Petrino that snake was gonna come out sooner or later.
Yeah, man. You got venom coming out from that saliva. Like, that's some real snake stuff right there. Like, bro, that makes it sound like it was divided.
Right.
Like that happened.
Right. And the fact that Bobby's in charge now is just exactly what he wanted. He gets the rest of the season to show if he's the guy. Yeah, man. Bring old Sam Pittman over to Texas.
I mean, not to replace Kyle Flood, but analysts.
No, but just add some expertise or something, because for some stupid reason, Texas offensive line can pass block and it can't run block.
Yeah,
I mean, if they don't have Bijan Route, and listen, I know Texas ran the ball against A&M and Kansas or whatever, or Kentucky last year, but they need to be able to run it this week. Contravian Wisner, baby. Let me see you.
Back, man. I hope this is just chess that Steve Sarkeesian's playing.
Yeah, it's just chess.
Okay, because they need 5, man. They need him if they want their goals to still be their goals that they set out at the beginning of the year. Like, that dude, he's that impactful. He's that good. And the weather, you've been talking about this, Chip. That weather ain't looking good, bro.
Here comes the swamp.
Yeah, that weather, you know what I'm saying? I hope there's no delay, but this is Florida. So you get them showers, man. You want to rely on that run game. And you need somebody like Contravian Wise you can rely on. I like Jared Gibson's upside. I like, Christian Clark, James Simon. I love their upside, but are they ready for this moment? You know what I mean? Right. And also the fact that you know who you got to play the following week. So are you able to block that out? Because Mac Brown, shout out to Mac, him, VY, Babalu, them doing their podcast. Mac said he was like, one of the hardest things to do, no matter what the schedule is playing that game before you go play Oklahoma. So knowing that Oklahoma is ranked ahead of you, by the way, knowing that game is very close, can you keep them blinders off of that game and stay locked in for this one? I think this team and this coaching staff, I think they definitely can, but they're also human.
Well, there's a tropical storm named Imelda.
Damn, they got a name?
Yeah. Tropical storm Imelda is bringing wind advisories and rip currents to Florida's east coast. Imelda.
Imelda, that sounds like a big B.
Yeah, we don't need Imelda.
We don't need Imelda.
We need Imelda to go right back out into the Atlantic. Yeah, we don't need that. I was just thinking it was just going to be one of those little afternoon showers that kind of rolls through Florida like it does through Houston about 3:00 every day. Just kind of, I don't need Imelda.
Yeah,
I don't need a storm with a name.
Yeah, once you hear the name, that's when you know it's serious.
Yeah, we don't need that. I'm just saying. I'm looking at this because here's the thing. You just said it, Zay. And I think everybody feels wishy-washy about Texas right now because they've played great defense. The offense has been all over the place until the Sam Houston game. And then the offense looked great, but how much of that was Sam Houston? How much of it was some breakthrough that Arch had or the offense had? No one's going to believe anything until they see it. Against Florida, against OU, that's when they'll start to believe. And then they got to go on the road and play Kentucky and Mississippi State, who woulda, coulda, shoulda beaten Tennessee. Anyone watch that game?
That game was crazy.
That game was crazy.
They had them. The cowbells were flying.
Oh,
They had them.
Blake Shapen.
Yeah.
Hey, Joey Aguilar, man. That dude's a warrior.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's some warrior quarterbacks in the SEC. Trinidaddy Chambliss.
All right, Trinidaddy's crazy. Is that what they're calling him?
Yeah. Who's your Trinidaddy is what they got the T-shirts out at Ole Miss now. Who's your Trinidaddy? But Ty Simpson, hell, Gunnar Stockton. Yeah. Those Diego Pavia. Diego Pavia accounted for like 20 touchdowns in that game. He's just, I mean, that dude is a warrior. Yeah, I agree, CB. Pavia is the quarterback who scares me the most right now. Because he don't give a flip.
No, he don't care about his body or nothing.
For him, going to war is fun. Like, he wants the fight. Like, he can't wait to fight.
Yeah. And
those are the dudes you got to watch out for because they don't feel any pain.
Yeah.
They don't feel any pain. It was like my college roommate. He was like 5'7". He wanted to fight everybody.
Where was he from?
He's from Louisiana. He'd get so drunk he couldn't feel any pain when you start throwing blows.
Yo, that's the whitest shit ever.
I'm just telling you. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. I miss them days, man. I miss them.
Rob says Pavia's future spring ball legend. I'm just saying.
Yeah, XFL legend. He's a Canadian legend. He's gonna go to Canada.
Hey, if Kyler Murray can make it in the NFL,
stop it. Stop.
Don't rule out 5'10" Pavia.
Okay. Look, I'm not the biggest Collar fan. What you mean? I'm not the biggest Collar fan ever either, but come on, man. Come on, man. Collar has a horrible attitude. Not the best person, but come on, man. Come on. I got to go Terrence Howard on you there. Come on, man. We're comparing Diego Pavia to Kyler Murray now.
Hey, here's what I need to know.
You're wild.
What I tell you last week
about
pass efficiency.
Oh, yes.
Pass efficiency. And right now, after this past weekend's games, my man Fernando Mendoza is number 2, and Diego Pavia is number 8. Pavia is not bad.
No, he's
13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. I'm just telling you.
He's completely changed that program. And
completely.
Maniac too. Like his coach, they're cut from the same cloth. Like quarterback
that game
couldn't match more. Clarkley and Diego Pavia couldn't match more.
The Vanderbilt game right now scares me more than OU.
That's fair.
Because Vanderbilt's playing some defense.
If John Collier was healthy, would you still say that?
Yeah. Texas can handle Mateer. Texas can handle Mateer. Mateer, in terms of pass efficiency, is they can't run the ball at all unless he's the one running it. I mean, Pavia is a winner. I know Mateer is too. Right now, Arch has a better pass efficiency than Mateer. I think Mateer had some great moments against Michigan. Not sure how good Michigan is. He had some great moments against Auburn. Not sure how good Auburn is. Let's see how Mateer does against the Texas defense. If he's playing.
Gotta play. He has all-world surgeon working on that thumb.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Chin.
Yeah, Dr. Chin.
Well, listen, we're going to learn some about Arch this week, too. I don't care if Caleb Banks is hurt and out for Florida. Florida's got some dudes. Their defense, this will be a good test. And look, everyone's going to bring the heat on Arch. He handled it against Sam Houston, but it was Sam Houston. Through the first 3 games, and I wrote about this over at Horns 24/7. Through the first 3 games, Arch was completing 27% of his passes when under pressure. Not good.
Not good.
And it didn't matter about blitz or not blitz, just when he's under pressure, when it's not a clean, when it's a dirty pocket. And now against Sam Houston, he was great against pressure. Against Sam Houston, he was 5 of 6 against pressure with 2 touchdowns and no picks. So maybe it all clicked, Zay. Maybe it all clicked. Maybe it all slowed down. Maybe the magic words from Steve Sarkeesian about, hey, quit thinking about yourself. Think about your teammates. Think about what that defense is trying to do to you. Take out your, don't be so critical of yourself. Be critical of that defense across the line of scrimmage from you. Think about your teammates. Don't get lost in your own stuff. Yeah. And Sark talked about that today. Is this quote? Do we have quotes in here from today?
I don't think so. Not today.
Okay. Well, no, maybe we do. What is this on Arch gaining? Let's see what this
Probably
is.
Didn't want me to take him out of the game. When you start throwing it, and you start throwing it with conviction, and you start anticipating those throws, and it's a great feeling to have. It's kind of like a scorer in basketball. I told you about Rick Barry last week. If you miss the first 10,
that's all.
That's all. All right.
Yeah, he's doing a Barry comparison. I go 0 for 10, but I'm a 50% shooter, so you know what's happening next.
Right.
That's a fire quote. Yeah, I'm glad he said that. Like Sark knows his hoops, man. Because I forgot Rick Barry said that. Like, I'm a 50% shooter. So if I go 0 for 10, yeah, you know what's up. The next 10, money. I like
money.
That. Yeah. Yeah, again, man, it's just so hard to say that, okay, Arch is back. Arch is about to just go. This is the Heisman Arch man that we thought we were going to see. This is the number 1 pick that we thought we were going to see based off the Sam Houston game, because Sam Houston, as Cam Ward said about his Titans, they ass. Ass.
Man. Right now, people think Arch is ass. Like all the people who built him up and talked about, oh, he's going to be phenomenal, are like, they're not even talking about him.
Yeah.
And so he gets to, now the expectations were here. Now they're down here. So if he lights it up against Florida, then they'll be like, okay, let's see what he does against OU. OU's defense is legit. If he lights it up against OU, then people are going to be talking about Texas again. Because I heard, I was, driving in, and, Colin Cowherd was saying Texas, he was at, who's this national champion? He's like, right now, Ohio State and Oregon. He said, because Texas's offense isn't good enough. Okay. So everybody thinks Texas is dead. Everyone's got them losing 3 games, not making the playoff. They're overrated, overhyped. Arch was overrated, overhyped. Hey, we've seen Arch when he's good. If he figures it out, watch out. Because look, this schedule, this month of October, got to go on the road over and over and over again. You're going to get tired of it. You're going to play physical games against Florida. You're going to play a super physical game against OU. Then you got to go play Kentucky, who sucks, might be the worst team in the SEC, but you got to play them at their place, probably going to be at night, and they're physical. Now, Texas defense should be able to pick off whoever, Cutter Boley.
Cutter Boley.
You love that guy.
This is a dope name.
It is a dope name. And then you got to go back to Mississippi State and play 4 straight games away from home with all those cowbells and Blake Shapen zipping it all over the place to those receivers. Again, I think Texas defense handles that, but what's the offense doing? What's the offense doing? Are they scoring 13 a game? Texas winning these games 13-10, 13-9? Or are they getting to 24, 28?
Yeah.
Because you're asking a lot of this defense.
Yeah, and I really think this defense is being challenged that way. And I think they've accepted the challenge. You know, like they want to prove to everyone that they're the best in the nation. And if that means putting this offense in great field position or putting up points to where this offense, if they struggle, you still feel comfortable controlling the game, then so be it. You know what I'm saying? They just have so many, like Colin Simmons hasn't even gotten to the point to where we think he could be.
Right.
Like, so many guys like Manny Muhammad's not really getting tested right now. You know, besides the Ohio State game where he had the hold, Manny Muhammad's been good. Like nobody's really going his way. So is he
right now
a big
the top three? Right now, the top 3 defenses in college football, points allowed: Ohio State, Texas, OU.
Yeah.
Ohio State, who hasn't played anybody except Texas, is giving up 5.5 points per game. Texas is giving up 7.8, and OU's giving up 9.0. So we're going to see a Red River shootout, baby. Actually, might not be a shootout. It might be a Red River
dog fight.
Yeah, fist fight.
Yeah.
And whoever gets to 10 points first wins.
Yeah.
But that's going to be that's the ultimate test. Cuz in that environment, if you're not mentally jacked up and ready for that, like you got to love that arena. Quinn Ewers went in there the first time and torched OU. Now, they had one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen playing in that game. What was his name?
Davis. I don't remember.
Bethel or
he was awful.
He was terrible. Like the worst OU quarterback in history. And Texas beat them 49-0. But Quinn was smooth. He was like 31-39 in that game. He was throwing dimes through a keyhole.
Hey, Miss Bevel. Appreciate it, Rex.
Bevel, great job. I got that right, by the way. But if you're not ready for that environment, you will be exposed. And that's when we find out. I mean, we might find out this weekend. I mean, if Arch lights it up, he should go into the Cotton Bowl with all kinds of confidence.
Yeah, him throwing the wet ball with already his inaccuracy problems, that scares me. Like he needs to have the driest ball that you can possibly find. Like that's not.
You need to have hair dryers on the sideline.
Yeah, like I hope he has a really good towel that he could wipe off every single play. Because, oh yeah, we know Lagway. Lagway, he got at least 3 interceptions with him. At least, ain't no way that's gonna change.
You saying Arch needs a sham wow?
Something, man.
Arch needs a sham wow to mop up that wet ball?
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing a lot of that weird face he makes. Yeah. Throwing it in the dirt. We don't need that.
Can you imagine if Arch is over there with a sham wow with that ball? He gets a new sponsorship deal out of it. Poor Michael Taft. Michael Taft lost his voice after the San Jose State game, and he's trying to do an appeal to the Luden's cough drops.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, hey, Luden's, I actually use Luden's cough drops. How about an NIL deal? Someone asked him today, hey, you ever hear from Luden's? He's like, no.
Yeah, you don't see cough drop commercials. Maybe what's the cough drop that starts with an H? I see those commercials.
Halls?
Yeah, Halls.
Halls,
Hey,
eucalyptus.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Jose's right. OU hasn't played any great offenses yet.
No.
Michigan? Auburn? No.
Nah, they were so scared in that Michigan game to let Bryce Underwood loose. Like, no,
Yeah.
not that. Oh, yeah, baby. What up, CB? This is what I'm talking about. You know how long I've been waiting for this one, Chip. This should be the easiest commitment of Sean Miller's career. If Sean Miller doesn't get Bo Ogden tomorrow, what the hell is Chris here for at this point? This is why you keep him on the staff.
Hey, why don't you calm down for a minute and let the boy commit?
I'm just saying, like,
why you cranking all this negativity?
Your dad literally works for the program.
Hey,
your dad's an alum. You're good.
Hey,
like, come on.
Just let things play out.
You know what I keep seeing every Saturday? I keep seeing DeCorian Moore go crazy for Oregon. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta get the guy. Sometimes, yeah.
Well, how do you get the guy when you got commitments from Khalid Lockett, Jamie French, Michael Terry?
And those guys aren't playing. And I see undefeated DeCorian Moore getting a lot of motion. They're throwing him in the fire, and he ain't scared at all.
He's making big plays.
Yo, man. So there's just some guys you gotta get Bo Ogden. It's too easy. Purdue, Tennessee. Like, come on. Rick Barnes ain't that cool. It ain't the same Rick Barnes that coached your daddy, Bo. Just letting you know. I know you've known Rick Barnes for a long time, probably close to the family, but come on, man. It's too easy. Joey, I do have faith. I think he can do it. I'm just also got to be real about it. Like, I see both sides. I see good Arch. I see that in his future. I also see the Arch that be making the weird ass faces, throwing the ball in the dirt. I see the Arch that running around, nobody's open, but he throws it anyway. But I also seen the Arch that runs guys over and gets in their face a little bit. That's the Arch I want to see.
Right.
You know?
Right. It's early.
Yeah. So again, so what if Mama didn't like it? Mama needs to understand. She seems like a lovely woman, but she gonna need to understand, yo, Mama, it's just a game. I gotta do it for my guys. I saw Todd Simpson looked at that crowd at Georgia. Chip, he said, I was like, oh, Todd Simpson got that pit bull in him. I didn't know all that.
Who's the best team in the country? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah, it's to be determined.
State, but
it's to be determined.
Yeah, like
it's to be determined. Like I'm just saying it's to be determined.
Yeah. A&M, they took a step back for me. I'm sorry. The defense is good. Defense for A&M is good, but also
Miami should probably be the number one team in the country right now.
Yeah.
If we're being honest. Because Carson Beck is lighting it up, and Miami's defense is giving up 11.5 points per game. Texas Tech hasn't played anybody. They're giving up 11.3 points per game. I mean, they're playing really good defense. They're playing championship level defense. But Miami should probably be the number one team right now.
Miami's got that edge rusher, number 4, Ruben Bain Jr.
Yeah, he's legit.
He's legit.
Yeah.
See, if somebody could act like him, like Colin Simmons, there you go. What did Ole Bain do against DJ Lagway and them? Yeah, do something like that. Yeah, Pete Kwiatkowski, he ain't dumb. This ain't his first rodeo. He been watching that film. He saw what issues they had. He went back to LSU. He watched that film. He went back to South Florida. He watched that film. Like, Ball, he's their best offensive player. Florida's running back, 13.
Jaden Ball, he's their best player. And due to their just struggles from their offensive line, he hasn't really been able to get going either. And plus, nobody's really scared about this passing game. So you can put guys in that box. Like, you shouldn't fear Ball. Like, make DJ Lagway beat you. I know Sark has been professional this week talking about him, 5-star. Sark said they recruited the hell out of DJ Lagway. Go figure. I think he just saw the writing on the wall. Arch Manning's there. I'm good, coach. But, yeah, and me going into this game, Chip, DJ Lagway going to have to beat me. Like, we ain't going to let Ball do nothing. The run game, like 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 8. DJ Lagway, what you going to do? Because there's been games where 61 yards, I still don't know. I'm still trying to just wrap my mind around. I know Miami's defense is good, but come on, they can't be that good. They can't be that good. 61 yards. So, yeah, Texas is a big chance to, I want to say shock the world, but I think they could beat these guys down. And, yeah, I know they play hard for Billy Napier, but oh, no. If Texas
take the life out of them early.
You can. And if Texas, let's say Texas turns the Gators over, they're Florida fans, the reason there was hope for this season was because DJ Lagway went 6-1 last year as a true freshman. And the reason there's no hope is because DJ Lagway has more interceptions than touchdowns through 4 games. So DJ Lagway is going to have to look like the guy who lit it up last year, who, stared down, some really good SEC defenses down the stretch when they beat Ole Miss, when they beat LSU, when they won at Florida State. He's going to have to look like that dude on Saturday against Texas for the Gators to stay in it. Because if he looks shaky, the fans will check out. And that's the goal. You throw the first punch and you be the hot team at the beginning, which Texas has not been until Sam Houston. Offensively, Texas didn't score on a first possession in the first 3 games.
Right.
And then against Sam Houston, they couldn't stop scoring. But if Texas comes out hot, in rhythm, Arch, Wisner's running it, maybe CJ Mosley blocking for him. Then
Mosley.
Huh?
Emmett Mosley.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you can get Florida to tap out. You can get their fans to be like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah.
Time for Billy to get the Sam Pittman treatment, even though Sam Pittman didn't even deserve that.
No, man.
It bothers me that they just wanted Petrino in there. Snaky Bobby Petrino. Greasy, oily Bobby Petrino.
They care, but they'll tell you they're a basketball school now. All that money they gave John Calipari. So they like Kentucky waiting around for basketball season, But yeah, they did Sam wrong. What you gonna do? By the way, go ahead.
Joe K says, someone mentioned earlier that Texas scheduling needs work. We're playing Florida this week. OU's playing Kent State. The week before the A&M game, Texas is playing Arkansas, and A&M's playing Samford. Arkansas might be
better than or just as good as Samford.
Yeah. Arkansas might be checked out by then. Who knows? Maybe Bobby Petrino will have them all fired up. Maybe Bobby Petrino will have them all juiced up with his snake oil salesman self. Road rash Petrino.
No, the schedule's tough, man. Like people saying it's weak. They just hating. The schedule's tough.
If Mississippi State had beaten Tennessee, which they easily could have done, I thought they were going to win that game. We'd be talking about Mississippi State this year like we talked about Vanderbilt last year.
I told you that game was sneaky. I asked Hummer and Lance, like, could that be an upset? They said no, but I was like, it's going to be close.
Yep. Let's see. Did they give us a pick on that?
Yeah, they said Tennessee.
Even against the line?
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, man.
Troy,
Tennessee was better by 7.5.
Troy, I can't speak for Chip, but I'm just nappy, bro. Like, I don't know what's going on either.
Yeah, it's been a rough day. It's all right.
I always say it's been a rough day. It's just, me, I embrace the nappy sometimes. These haircuts out here.
I raced out of the shower, didn't get a good didn't get much time in front of the mirror.
It'd be like that. It'd be like that sometimes,
Oh, look at this. Chip reminds me of that Dave Chappelle skit with the Haters Club.
Great skit.
Listen, you think I'm a hater, Zay?
Everyone has a little bit of hater in them. But will I call you a hater? No. I'm a hater. I admit that. I'm a hater, yes.
What was I hating on? Hating on Bobby Petrino? Is that bad? That dude quit on the Falcons when he had Michael Vick at quarterback. He quit and walked out in the middle of the night. Mike Zimmer was the defensive coordinator, and Mike Zimmer still has not gotten over Bobby Petrino, who never said a word to his players or coaches. He just left and took another job.
What if Bobby saw the writing on the wall? Like, let's say, and I'm going, one of my Zay out of their rants right now. What if Bobby, I'm going to go see what my quarterback's doing, goes over to the Vic house, and all of a sudden they got Civil War for doggies in the backyard going on. And Bobby's like, yo, I don't know if I should be here. Something's not right about this. No, coach, you good. You good. Then Bobby, all of a sudden, Bobby says, I can't do this no more. I'm not a snitch. Bobby could have snitched. Bobby could have been like, yo, my quarterback's out here wilding with pit bulls and Rottweilers. I don't want to be a part of it. I'm going to get out before things hits the fan. He did that.
You are a mess.
He did that, and now we're calling him a bad guy for being smart.
Now, this is true. This is true.
Yeah.
That's true. I do hate Ohio State fans. Although they weren't as bad. They weren't as bad this time as they were in 2005.
From a brother that just got back from Ohio, they cool people. They're cool people. I'm telling you.
You went to your relative's house.
Well, I was out. I was making moves. We went to the zoo. We went like apple picking and stuff. We were doing a lot.
What do you mean they were cool?
They were.
Were you wearing a Texas shirt?
No. But they were wearing their Buckeyes gear, out and about, just enjoying Ohio life. I appreciated it. I really did. And it's crazy. I feel like I've said this before, but like, even though I was in Cincinnati and they have Xavier there and the University of Cincinnati, Ohio State just reigned supreme. Like, I saw way more Ohio State shirts and gear and jerseys than I even did.
Shocker. They're number one in the country.
No,
everyone's wearing their gear.
They're proud. Now that I'm back home and nobody can jump me, Skyline Chili, that ain't it. It ain't it. It ain't it. It's nasty.
Their chili's terrible. You had a terrible time.
I didn't have a terrible time.
Yes, you did. You just don't realize it yet.
No, my nieces are cute, even though the 2.5.
Well, yeah, your family's great, but
no, it was nice, man. I loved how the Red Stadium and the Bengals Stadium are right next to each other. I didn't know. I never paid attention in history or social studies.
And what is this? The Miles Davis Voodoo Chili in Cincinnati?
No, I ain't see that.
Do they have competing chili like Philly has competing cheesesteaks?
They do. Yeah, that's their thing.
So Miles Davis against Skyline?
I think Skyline is just like the chain of the chilies. I think there's better. But
this isn't like Pat's versus Geno's in Philly?
I don't think so, but also I really don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, like I was saying before, like I didn't know Kentucky was like on the other side.
Yeah.
Like we just crossed the bridge, like right by the stadiums and all that too, and we're in Kentucky. And kind of blew my mind a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm flying into Louisville to go to the Kentucky game.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
So in Louisville, and isn't Louisville like, I don't know, right across from Ohio? One close. Of those is.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah. All right, let's get a couple of mentions in here and we'll get toward the commentary. You know what I'm saying? Hey, for my guys who are snoring, take advantage of this incredible opportunity that you have right now because of our partnership Texas Sports Unfiltered has with Sleep Cycle Center. If you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea. And sleep apnea is when you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. You don't even know that you're lacking oxygen unless you're waking yourself up. And if you're waking yourself up throughout the night, then you definitely need to take advantage of this partnership. All you do is you go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And our man, Dr. Chad Denman, who has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60, has the best technology to detect your level of sleep apnea and the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping, to surgery. We've had Dr. Chad on the show a couple times. He's totally on the level, and you can't, we're fortunate to have the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin, locations in Lakeway and at the Arboretum. Take advantage. Again, go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Hey, it's Monday, folks, which means all night happy hour at Cover 3. Cover 3. So you go in, from 3:30 to close. So from now to close, you can eat off the $7 social hour menu if you want, which has the firecracker shrimp, which Scotty Scheffler put on his Masters Champions dinner menu. Just saying, you can get it for $7 at Cover 3. Or you can get the Chop House burger, what Texas Monthly says one of the best burgers in the state of Texas, the brick chicken and mac and cheese, the great drink specials. Just get over to Cover 3. Check out Monday Night Football. We got 2 games tonight. Let's go. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. And audiovisual consultations. Our man, Tom McKay, he's got you covered. When it comes to the big screen of your dreams, he's got you. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So why would you go shopping around and lugging a TV across town and punching holes in your drywall? No. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. It's so simple. All you got to do is call 255-8678. Or if you need surveillance or electronic shades or new lighting, or a full-blown media room, Tom's got you covered. He's been putting big screens and surround sound in your favorite restaurants. He's put in 3 different houses for me in my 33 years in Austin. So check it out. All right, Zay, for the chip shot today, I'm like everyone else. I'm watching this college football season. I'm like, who's the real deal here? Who's the real deal? Because I've seen Georgia give up 40 to Tennessee or whatever that shootout was. I've seen Alabama look great, and I've seen Alabama look completely ambushed by Florida State, which lost to Virginia. Now we got Ole Miss at number 4. Like, Ole Miss is just shooting up the rankings after beating LSU. And LSU's offense has not been good. That's not a championship offense. I don't know how good Ole Miss is. Last year was supposed to be the year. Maybe this year is the year, because they got Hoosier Trinidaddy Chambliss. Sometimes you need that warrior. I'm hoping Arch is going to turn into that warrior. Let's see what Arch is all about. We need to see him in a high stakes shootout against a quality opponent, which they're coming. They're coming. But I do know this Texas defense, they're gaining steam. Sign of a well-coached team is week-to-week improvement. And that's what we're seeing from the Texas defense. They're forcing the turnovers. They're making plays. They're making plays behind the line. They're starting to get to the quarterback. Tackles for loss. They're deep. They're playing a lot of guys. You heard Sark today saying we could only take 74 to Florida. He said in his first 2 years at Texas, he could probably barely find 74 to take on the road. Now he's going to have to do some serious decision making. How many guys on defense we taking? How many guys on offense? But this is the week that it all starts to happen. And we've seen some of these SEC teams face off against each other already. And I'll tell you what, Vanderbilt impresses me. Missouri impresses me. Right now, the team with the fewest missed tackles in college football is Missouri. Their defense. What? And they got Penn State's sloppy seconds, Bo Prabula, and that dude looks better than Drew Aller.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Don't sleep on Missouri. Just saying. I mean, now Alabama with Ty Simpson kind of getting in a groove. And I just know Georgia is going to be all kinds of cranked up and ready to rumble when Texas shows up because
backs against the wall now.
Yeah, and Kirby thinks that Sarkeesian's offense is finesse. And until Texas proves to Georgia that they're not, that they're a smash mouth, they need to be like my Lions going into Baltimore and road grading people. You got to prove you can run the football against elite teams. And Texas has to prove that. They need to prove it. And they need to prove it starting Saturday at 2:30 in Gainesville because, Sark feels good about the running game that Texas had against Ohio State. And Ohio State played them straight up. They weren't running a bunch of twists and stunts. I'm lining up right across from you. And Texas could handle that. And they ran it, averaged 4.5 yards per carry. A lot of it came in the second half when Arch was running. But that's okay. I mean, as long as you're not overexposing Arch in the running game, and as long as he's not defaulting, because you heard Sark today talk about how they have to get to their second and third and fourth reads in the progression. That's Arch's next step. Against Sam Houston, he was getting from one read to the second read, maybe the third read. But he needs to process quickly 1, 2, 3, 4, and make sure he's not missing something. And that's where things have to go for this offense. And, I think Ryan Wingo playing more loose and relaxed, him catching that slant for a touchdown, that stuff's important because that's got to be a bread and butter throw. We haven't seen a lot of stuff that Sark likes. We haven't seen a ton of screen game. We haven't seen a ton of yo-yo motion. We haven't seen a whip route all season. Not sure who would run the whip route. Probably DeAndre Moore, maybe Ryan Niblett. But this is where the identity of your team starts to form once you get into conference play. And let's see if this identity for this Texas offense is physical. We can run it and play action deep because that's what Steve Sarkeesian wants the identity to be. Let's see if that is the identity and give this defense some hope so they don't have to wait around until the third quarter, the fourth quarter, like they did against Ohio State to see some life from the offense. Because everyone, not you and me, we said it was going to take time for this offense to gel, but it should be starting to gel now because you're going into week 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some teams have already played 5 games. So,
yeah, you should be able to get what you want against this Florida secondary that's pretty beat up, man. They got multiple guys that were part of their starting rotations that won't be available due to injury. So there's going to be a lot of guys on that team that don't have the experience. And if you're Steve Sarkeesian and Arch Manning, you definitely got to take advantage of that. As far as progression goes, that definitely has to be money. But what helps you with that is determining what's being ran against you pre-snap.
Right.
And once he starts getting better at that, then the whole progression thing will come easier because he'll know, okay, I'm seeing the defense. I know my first look won't be there just because of the way the defense is set up. So 2 and 3, got to be ready for those. And then that has to be at a money time. Once that starts coming together, we're going to see a huge difference in Arch Manning. But we all know, Chip, what comes with that is practice and reps. The more reps that he gets, the more comfortable he's going to be out there. So, yeah, hopefully this has been a really good week for him and the rest of this team with this bye. And now SEC play starts, baby. Can't wait.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Yeah, because I got some stuff today. Before that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Been doing it for over 100 years. The family owned and operated. They are the best in the ATX and the greater Austin area. Probably wondering, man, say how you know that? Because, hey, I'm a Covert Bee Cave customer myself. My wife and I, we got her Buick Encore GX there. And hey, I will say this is the best car that I have ever owned. And owned some cars in my day. It's from the gadgets on the inside to how smooth it rides on the outside. We don't have a big family. It's just me, her, and Champ. So we don't need a big car. It is perfect for us. And they will have something that is perfect for you and your family. So if you want to check that out, go to coverbcave.com. See all the latest specials and inventory. Different brands like Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac are available at Covert Bee Cave. Shout out to the team at Covert Bee Cave. They are the best in the business. Jerome, Marcus, Daniel, the rest of the crew. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So I've been saying this for years now, and I'm glad people are starting to really see it because it wasn't on point this week. What am I talking about, you ask? I'm talking about this fool Marcus Freeman and that fake-ass hairline and that fake-ass hair that he's got. One of the most attractive men in college football. I'll give him that. But, yo, this right here, bro, this ain't it. Look at that, Chip. Look how fake it looks. Look at the line. It looks like somebody.
Well, who's the guy on the left? That looks like a sumo wrestler.
That's Marcus Freeman.
Are you sure?
Come on, man. I mean, he is a big guy. He did play linebacker during his Ohio State days. But come on, man. This Marcus Freeman, you're already married. I'm sure your wife could care less what your hair really looks like if she loves you for you.
Are we saying that the picture of him on the left was what he was looking? Is this from Saturday's game?
This is Arkansas game. This is
the picture on the left.
Both. This is just different. Like, this is throughout the game. This is like the top, the heat. The heat's affected the game, and now at fourth quarter, that's what you're getting on the left. Fourth quarter.
Sure that's not photoshopped?
I am sure. Yes.
You're sure?
I am sure, man. How long have I been talking about this?
I know. I can't believe you've been talking about it so long.
I've been talking because, man, I just can't. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Why? So cool. I'm not out of line, bro. I'm not like my hairline. I'm no Steve Harvey, 02. But come on. You know what I'm saying? My man Troy trying to clown me about my hair. Yo, this is natural at least, Troy. What Marcus Freeman has going on, if he's coming to recruit my kid can't play for him. My kid could be the best 5-star in the world. He could want to be the biggest Notre Dame fan in the world. I can't do this. I can't take this serious. I don't need this man trying to tell my son how to be a man because a real man would accept the receding hairline. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just this. Come on. And his wife's fine as hell. You're right. She be going over and kissing her. She be on the sideline. he got about 6 kids with her. I understand that. Like, you got to stay up in that if you him. She is fine as hell. I get you got to mark your territory, Marcus, but come on, bro. Just let it go. Just let it go. Or find someone better. That's why LeBron, you see LeBron, he always wear that do-rag. I don't care how much money you have. The light's going to come out. The truth's going to come out. No matter how much money you have. If you're sweating like these guys are, oh, man, you're going to get exposed. So, Marcus Freeman, nah, Souls Cream, you out of line. I'm not out of line. Marcus Freeman's out of line. All right, Chip. So, Mike Elko, man, he went Brian Kelly on us after the game against Auburn. These media guys, you're one of them. You're in that room asking the coaches difficult questions that they might not want to answer, but in order for you to do your job and give the people what they want, it's your job to do that. All these coaches are asking are factual questions like, Coach, your offense sucks. What can you do to help? I get it, you won. Your offense doesn't look good, Brian Kelly, which, as you saw, Chip, this past weekend, that offense came back and it haunted LSU. So those questions that Brian Kelly got so upset for, oh, we just beat a good Florida team. Why are y'all being so negative? Because, Coach, a lot of these guys that have covered football for a long time, they see the patterns. They say, oh, you've escaped this one. Florida's not that good. Auburn's not that good, Michael Elko. So you're going to get questioned about your offense. And this is what Mike Elko had to say because it's not positive enough for him in that media room.
Does anybody want to ask a question about like us being 4-0 for the first time since 2016, or how did the defense bounce back, or how about you held them to 176 yards on offense and you had 5 sacks and they were 0 for 12 on 3rd down and 0 for 2 on 4th down and you got the return game going again? Like, I don't mean to sound like someone else, but my gosh, will you guys stop being so dreadful and gloomy?
Well, we're only halfway through this.
Yeah. Next one.
See, I don't understand that. That's how I know Mike Elko or Brian Kelly haven't won anything. That's how I look at it. I look at it as you should take that question on and be like, yeah, it's fair. We got to pick it up because if we have more performances like this on the offensive side, we could get got. Brian Kelly, you got. Garrett Nussmeier isn't good right now. They tried to check you on that. You got mad and you threw a hissy fit that you had to apologize for. Here's Michael Elko in the same situation, Chip. He was a lot nicer than Brian Kelly was, a little funnier, but still, these are real things, Michael. Because if you keep this up, you're going to get got, bro. And I will be there to laugh and point my finger at you.
I'm telling you right now. I'm probably going to be taking Mississippi State plus 14.5.
It's a dangerous game.
6:30 on SEC Network this Saturday.
Where's that at? Is that in Sarkville?
No.
Oh, yeah. That's still a dangerous game, though, Mississippi State. Still a dangerous game. So, yeah, I just answer the question, man.
Answer the question.
Answer the question. Like, anybody going to talk about all the positive and stuff? You barely beat a horrible Auburn team. You barely beat them. So, yeah. All right. Dan Lanning.
I mean, they ran the ball.
Yeah, Le'Veon Moss was good, but Auburn.
Marcel Reed. Nah.
Like, Ofer on 3rd down. Like, y'all don't convert 1 3rd down, Auburn? Not one. Like,
that's crazy.
One.
Good for A&M's defense.
Yeah. All right, so Dan Lanning is a maniac. People really think Dan Lanning might be on something. He can't be. He's just wired different. But this clip after the game, Chip, which we got it on bootleg, so we can't get in trouble. But this clip after the game, people on social media, specifically X, Twitter, are saying that I've talked about using cocaine. They say that this is the signs of somebody who's on that Sabrina Carpenter, who's on that Christina Aguilera, as the kids say, that white girl. Look at this dude, Dan Lanning, and tell me this isn't just the adrenaline coming off of a big win at State College.
You described this group to us during the week as having an elite level of focus. How did that play into the victory tonight?
See, he's got the Bobby Brown.
Wait. Was that photoshopped?
You keep asking if everything's photoshopped. This is not photoshopped.
They didn't show the announcer asking the question.
Because we got to show it on bootleg so we don't get in trouble. Because YouTube. Yeah, I have to show it on bootleg. So,
but that really was his post-game interview?
Yes.
From the Penn State game? Show it again.
You described this group to us during the week as having an elite level of focus. How did that play into the victory tonight?
Hey, man. That's what I'm saying. He on something. That's not normal adrenaline. Like, I get it. Yeah. Like, I get it. I'll play it again for my man Chan because it's worth watching one more time.
You described this group to us during the week as having an elite level of focus. How did that play into the victory tonight?
The jaw says it all. That's that Bobby Brown jaw. The jaw, like switching sides and doing all this. That's where it's like, okay, Dan, you're not just excited from the win. It's a huge win. Huge win.
Huge win.
Defense, for his defense to get that interception on Drew Aller. I get him being excited, but I don't know, man. A lot of folks are saying Dan is on something. So
wow, I don't think I saw that post-game interview. That's alarming.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's just fired up. I don't know. Wow. Lines for Lanning. Hey, what's wrong? It's a tie game, 3-3 going into halftime. Dan Lanning going into one of the stalls, sniffing a quick 8-ball.
God. He's coming after you.
He can't come after you. No. Don't come after me.
He's gonna take you down. You better be careful.
Man. I'm telling you what the people are saying. I'm telling you.
You better make sure you say that's what the people are saying.
What the people are saying.
Because if you start conjuring on Lanning, he'll come after you.
All right. Well, hey. My address there. I'm here in the ATX.
Start saying allegedly.
I'm here in the ATX. That's right. I'm here in the ATX, Dad. Come find me, baby. We here. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with having a good time. If he wants to have a good time, if that makes him a better coach, who am I to say? That's a big win. That's a big win, Dan.
You don't have to say anything. The video says it all.
The video says a lot. So maybe that's just a 5-hour energy. Maybe it just hits him different.
Right.
You know?
It could be
coffee, maybe like a triple espresso or something.
Right. Like that was his 10th Red Bull during the game. But
which isn't good, but
Wow.
All right, man. Bo Ogden tomorrow. What time we got here?
1 o'clock, right?
Yeah, 1 o'clock. So by the time we jump on, we'll know where Bo Ogden, 4-star, Westlake. He's going to Westlake his senior year, so he's probably going to drop 30 on my dogs, which sucks. Like,
all right. How are the dogs doing? Who's the new coach? Who's the coach there?
I have no idea until they retire or like name the court after my father or name the gymnasium after my father. Nah, me and Bowie basketball don't have a good relationship right now.
Oh, we're getting salty on the buoy.
I'm salty. This has nothing to do with my father. This is me. This is me being salty. I leave CC out of it. This is all me. But come on.
Man.
What are we doing? I don't know who the coaches are. I don't know AISD. I don't know who's in charge of that. But like, I don't want it to be, again, my dad has a lot of life left, but I don't want it to be where like he's not here to appreciate the fruits of his labor. They're like, oh, let's honor him. No, let's do it while he's here so he could see it. Let's make that happen because it should have been done a while ago. That's all I'm saying.
Go.
Yeah, come on.
That. There's the right call. All right, let's open up the gym. Let's bring in the fellas, Patrick
What's up,
and
guys?
Matt.
What's going on,
How's it
man?
going?
Going good.
Y'all see that post-game interview with Dan Lanning?
No, I missed it. I missed that. But I will tell you this. People always go to cocaine first. There's a lot of legal speed in this country. There's like 90 things you can do that are like legal or prescribed speed, basically. Like everything for ADD is just speed. It's like it's really just kind of does it. And if you have ADD, it works. And then I know 90 people who take it to parties. So, like, that is he could just be like, oh, I have ADD and I concentrate better during the game. And then he's just taking legal, amphetamines.
Yeah, Zay.
It could be doing that. It could be prescribed medication.
That is fine. They gotta take care of that Bobby Brown jaw. That's all I'm saying. It's so crazy. I mean, that jaw's moving. That jaw should not be moving like that. I'm just saying.
Does he remind you more of Tom Herman with the jaw or less?
Well, I like Tom Herman. I didn't think about that. That jaw was moving for Tom a little bit. You're right. I never thought about that, Patrick. Wow.
Hey, see you tomorrow.
My favorite is scaring Chip Brown off the stream. I love it. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on his side. And of course, he's the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. Or, of course, over on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. What's up, Matt?
We should make an effort every day to scare Chip off the stream. I'm sure he would really appreciate that.
Yeah, that is it's always fun when I say something rambling. He's like, I gotta go. It's always fun for me. So yeah, good stuff there. Always good to follow those guys on a Monday. What's up, Roy? Happy Monday to you as well, and everybody on the chat. What's up, CV? Yeah, no, I appreciate everybody. Yeah, Lanning looks like Tom Herman, which is the reference I'm really making. But
he does.
It was a thing of Dan Lanning. Like, what does he remind me of? And I was like, oh, it's Tom Herman. That's what he reminds me of looking like. So it's more a reference to that. I'm not alluding of anything that Tom Herman might have done. Not alluding to any of that. It's all in your own heads, guys. Just that they kind of look alike. Did you have a good weekend, Matt? Get the move done and everything. Feeling good?
Yeah, we're all in. Everything is in. We're just arranging right now. She's out there right now doing her thing, organizing and, hanging new stuff and whatever the case. But, it was driving a U-Haul 3.5 hours down I-45 with no cruise control is not fun. I'll put it that way.
No,
it's not. They need to put cruise control in those things.
Man, you just spoiled. You don't get cruise control and everything. I've had to drive trucks much further without cruise control.
I don't know
in my
how you
lifetime. It was never fun, but like the bigger problem I always had was that they just have a radio with them. And so this is at least back in the day. They just had a radio, and sometimes they have a tape deck, which like I don't have any tapes bringing out on this thing. And then the worst one was I drove a truck for Los Lonely Boys when they were opening for the Rolling Stones. And so we went from Austin to Houston to Memphis, and Memphis back to Austin. And I had to drive the U-Haul with the equipment in it. And it didn't go over 60 miles per hour from Houston to Memphis and Memphis back to Austin. It took forever. Wow. And it sucked. Especially driving a U-Haul in Louisiana. Not fun to do because Louisiana roads I don't know if they still have not been in Louisiana in a while, If they were always terrible because they basically did not stop underage drinking, I think it was, or maybe it was gambling or something else that they allowed for so much longer. And so they didn't get like national funding, federal funding for the roads for a lot of years. So their roads were by far the worst of anywhere you went. So yeah, that was, and Rex says, yeah, be happy it had AC. That is true too. If it had AC, that is probably the most important part of the car in Texas.
Yeah, I did have Bluetooth audio. I had AC. It wasn't that bad. Your leg just gets tired at constantly pressing the gas.
That is an old man thing right there. That is
it
what
is.
That is.
It is. I got out of the truck. My knee hurt. My ankle hurt. I was like,
yeah.
But it was
no.
fine.
I've had those on long road trips now where I'll have the joint pain because I'm just that out of shape. But and that old now. But yeah, that's. It shouldn't be that bad, but glad you got everything done. You had a good weekend for Ole Miss there.
Oh yeah. That was Ole Miss is a problem, boys. Ole Miss is a problem.
Ole Miss is there. I think the SEC is a problem, is what we saw over the weekend.
I mean, Ole Miss is a problem for the SEC, is what I'm saying. Like they might be the best team in the SEC.
I mean, they're 3-0.
Yeah.
They've played a lot of SEC action already, so. For them, they're miles ahead of some other teams. Now, granted, they played two of their easier SEC games already in Arkansas and Kentucky, with Arkansas already getting rid of Sam Pittman, and now everybody's basically in the thought process that the Bobby Petrino hire was not his decision, and the entire plan the entire time was to get Bobby Petrino to be the head coach again, but they couldn't do it the normal way, so they had to backwards it in.
This is historically stupid, by the way. You know, if he would have lost, I think, 3 more games this season and gotten his record below 500, they would have saved like $3 or $4 million on his buyout. But they just decided, hey, let's just go ahead and fire him. What's the point? We know we're going to fire him.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like if it was the Walmart family or if it was the Tyson Chicken family, right? If either one of them decided we wanted Bobby Petrino to be the coach again, right? So like 2 years ago, whatever, they're like, we want to get Bobby Petrino back. We like him. We don't care about the whole motorcycle, the accident and the fare. We don't care about any of that. So what we want is we want Bobby Petrino back. So what we'll do is make him get hired as offensive coordinator, tell Sam Pittman, like, it's this or you're fired. So he'll hire him. And then all we have to do is wait till we're bad. And then we can rehire Bobby Petrino. And then we're all happy, right? And then now they can try and win some games. Now, the problem is they're still going to be terrible. So I don't know how you make him the full-time head coach after this, but it is Rex in the chat says he learned today that you are soft for not being able to drive a truck for several hours.
I'm not soft, Rex. I'm old. There's a difference.
Oh man. Yeah, that is but yeah, definitely a good one to see there where we get on the text line. I drove to Destin this past summer, and I can confirm the roads in Louisiana still suck. Yes, I figured they did. I haven't driven through Louisiana in over a decade, so I didn't want to speak out of school. Somehow they fixed all of the roads, because that was also the deal in Louisiana. Is you would be driving, and it would be like complete, like jumping out of my seat type of bumps, and then smoothest road you've ever been on in your life.
Yeah,
for like 2 minutes, and then 5 minutes of bumping around.
Well,
like this is the weirdest.
So when I was at Ole Miss, I used to drive I-20 West or I-20 East, through Louisiana, and then up, hit I-55 Mississippi and drive up. When you cross I-20 from Texas, it's like smooth roads, great roads. You're home free, and then literally as soon as you pass the Louisiana state line, it's just like boom, 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 boom. It's horrible. No disrespect to any Louisiana people listening, but your roads suck.
Well, look, I don't think it's their fault that their roads are garbage. I think they would probably be like, yes, our roads are terrible. I don't know if that's a slight to the people of Louisiana so much as the government of Louisiana or whatever else. Mm-hmm. I mean, I believe the reason that it's not is because they had fun longer. So I'm going to give it to them. You got bad roads the next 50 years because you had fun longer than everybody else. I'm with that. See, I do not know Do they have their own highway in Oxford, or they just have one that's like named the Manning Highway?
I mean, there's a street on campus named Manning Way. And the speed limit on campus is 18 miles an hour. I don't know about a highway. Maybe they did that after I left. I don't know. I have to look into that.
Yeah. I mean, I could believe there's multiple streets and things named after the Mannings at this point.
For sure.
All we need is Arch to just, play like he did against Sam Houston for the next couple weeks, next, month or two, probably 3 months now, 4 months now. I forget how long the season is, 3-4 months. And then, he wins a national title, stays, wins a second national title. Then I think, maybe we'll get him
wins a third national title.
Yeah, stays get a third. Why not? You'll get something named after you for doing all that for sure. That's no problem at all. I did this weekend. I got to go. We went out. I have some buddies. I have a good friend, one of my best friends for many years. He moved out to Cedar Creek recently and got a place out there, like a big area with acreage and stuff. And he was like, "Hey, come on out." I go hang out there, bring the dog out there, loves it, plays around out there. And then he was like, "I'm going to this racetrack." And we went to the Cotton Bowl Speedway. I don't know if anyone's been there. It's in Page, Texas. And that was a lot of fun. It's a 3/8 mile dirt track. So it was much different racing than I've ever seen in my life. I'm not a racing guy, but I was like, yeah, this definitely beats like NASCAR or anything on a big track because it is just literally constantly right in front of you. It's never that far away from you, as opposed to like, if you go to COTA, you're like, I don't see the car. You see the cars less than you do see the cars at COTA. You know what I mean? Like, because it's such a big track, you can't necessarily always see them. I think maybe in the grandstand you can see them more, but they're not right by you. This one, they were constantly. I was like, oh, yeah, this is more fun. I wouldn't do it every weekend, but it was a fun time. So shout out to the Cotton Bowl Speedway that was out there enjoying it this weekend. And CB says you're correct.
Okay, well, hold on. This is one of the most rare things that could possibly happen on this show, me being right about something and CB being wrong. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to screenshot this and put it on the mantle because CB is usually right about everything.
Yes, he is. CB is the greatest honorary producer in the history of Austin sports radio. We all know it. He's done my job for me many, many times over the years. Lamette, let's get into it. It is Florida week. We are ready to go. The SEC was crazy. We'll get into those games here in a little bit because it was nuts. And the landscape seems to have changed a little bit around the SEC. And now Sark gets to go into the press conference this week. And, it's a little bit more obvious to everybody that it's time to take things a little bit. Like, I don't know if you can look past anybody now in the SEC, right? You basically are like, well we saw Mississippi State took Tennessee to overtime. It's like there is nobody you can. Vanderbilt's playing well. There's nobody that you can just go. Arkansas played Ole Miss close. Kentucky played Ole Miss close, and both those teams and the Ole Miss just beat LSU. So like, it feels like any week there's a possibility for something to be close, and so hopefully the Texas team took that to heart. Yeah, I mean
this is. So the SEC is really weird this year, in my opinion, because we don't know who the best team is right now. It's really hard to gauge who the best team is. There's no clear number one dominant team, but you could also go almost 16 deep. Like Kentucky's like maybe half, so like 15 and a half deep.
Yeah.
And you can any team could lose to anybody on any Saturday. Like Mississippi State is a lot better than everybody thought they were going to be. Vanderbilt was good last year. They look better this year. I mean, they're already 5-0, right? Like A&M's even better than I thought they were going to be, even though they didn't play particularly well against Auburn. They're looking pretty good. So it's tough, man. There's no easy roads in the SEC anymore.
No, it is a tough game. The Longhorns are going to be on the road as well. So Sark spoke to the media today. We'll start off with the question on everybody's mind. I'll say before this, I cut this part out, but he does address that basically stop asking me for health updates. They will be on the report. He's basically the start of this was, what's great about the SEC? He didn't say it in a mean way, but he said it in a very clear message. Stop asking me for updates on people's health. Because he said, the great part is that now we have the SEC wellness reports or whatever they're called, the health reports. And so now you'll be able to see starting on Wednesday night, you'll be able to see where where everybody stands. So you don't have to waste a question on asking. So he started off by saying, stop asking this. But the question also, it did entail, how is he doing, which he doesn't really answer. How's he doing? And then what's his impact? Here's what Sark had to say about how Trey's doing and what his impact is.
But he's progressing really well, and we've been pleased about his progress of where he's at. Trey provides a lot for us, obviously a great deal of experience. He's played in this league, last year, our first year in, and he was a 1,000-yard rusher for us. He provides a great deal of confidence. He provides a great deal of toughness. As much as Trey is not the biggest guy, he plays with a real sense of physicality in his approach to it. And so anytime you get that experience, especially going on the road and you get it during practice, I think it's helpful for all the other guys as well. So very similar to DeAndre getting back into the lineup, I think we get some of that in the backfield with Trey and the sense of confidence and belief in not only himself but the guys around him that are going to play at a high level. But he's progressing really well, and we've been pleased about his progress of where he's at.
Oh, sorry, I muted. They start talking about his progress and says he's progressing very well. That's basically all he's going to say. He's not going to tell you where he's at and if he's going to play because no one wants to say those things anymore. So they don't. He is going to leave that up. He will be on the injury report, I'm pretty sure, but it'll probably be a probable, maybe a questionable, who knows. But we assume Trey Wisner is going to play. But again, he throws in the fact of that you saw DeAndre Moore's impact in the huddle as one of the pieces to help Arch calm back down. Trey Wisner, he basically says the same thing of that as well. When he gets in the huddle, he can add that confidence and knowledge base and toughness that maybe some of these other younger guys who are still questioning themselves and are going to question themselves on Saturday against a really good Florida defense when things don't go right. Having Trey Wisner back in that huddle will be really, really big.
Yeah, absolutely. Trey Wisner's seen it all. I mean, he was on the front lines for both Georgia games in the playoff. He was there the whole way. He knows what it takes to win in this league. So it is just like DeAndre Moore. He's going to be able to come out and, knock some people on the back of the head and be like, hey, don't, if you throw an incompletion or you drop a pass, whatever, he's going to hit him on the back of the head and say, hey, don't worry about it. Let's get him on the next one. And that's something that really, I think, goes unnoticed by most of the fans. And it's really only something that the players in the huddle can really, keep track of. But it's going to be huge to have him back. And I think he'll be back. I mean, he teased on his Instagram, I think it was on Friday or Saturday. He posted an Instagram picture and it just said of him in uniform and it just said soon. So I'm pretty sure he's going to play. It'll be nice to have him back for sure.
Yeah, that'll be a big one for sure. Sark was also asked about something that I had a lot of conversations this weekend of talking to people. It's like, it's a bye week and everybody, a lot of people basically saying, well, it sucks that we have a bye week when Arch finally gets going because you want to carry that momentum and you want to carry that the offense is playing well and that Arch is playing well. So Sark was asked today about, how much of the practice for Arch do you build him up and try and build on what happened at Sam Houston and the good play? And how much do you let him rest and recover and maybe reset a little bit? Where's that line between the two as you're trying to build this offense and to what it could be? Here's what Sark had to say about building up that, building off of Sam Houston in a bye week where you don't get to immediately go back out on the field.
Yeah, I think that, naturally we wanted to build on coming out of the Sam Houston game because I thought that he did some really good things for us in that game, and, his ability to push the ball down the field, his ability to play within rhythm and timing and get to secondary reads, his ability to use his legs to his advantage, and our ability to utilize his legs, I think, are important. I think we've got to continue to push the second, third, and fourth reads. Again, we try our best as a coaching staff to get the first read open. And then, when we can't, we've got to have the ability to get through our progression. And I think the progress that he made in that last game is going to be beneficial for him to where, Not that he doesn't know where to go with the ball on his second, third, and fourth reads. I think he's well more than equipped, and nobody prepares better than Arch. He doesn't have to feel rushed. He's not late. And the timing and the rhythm of his drop and the timing and the rhythm of where people are and spots on the field and trusting that to stay in rhythm for himself, I think is something that he can take from that game and continue to build upon.
So there is Sark speaking about Arch building on it. And, really that's kind of what we're talking about is, we found out the pacing and the rhythm of it, and he can build upon that. So you don't have to keep doing it. But at this week, they did spend a lot of time, I think, trying to continue to build timing with his receivers because, Arch, Sark addressed it a couple times in this presser. That seemed to be the biggest problem with Arch was getting ahead or getting behind and worrying about his progressions. And that's really what you want to build upon. Not so much of, well, you hit all those wide open guys because Sam Houston doesn't have a very good secondary. You want to build upon you made the right reads. You made the right reads. You made them in the right time, and you hit the guys in the right spot. That's what we want to build upon.
Yeah, so that's what we talked about going into the Sam Houston game. Of exactly what we wanted to see, regardless of the opponent, regardless of how wide open the receivers are or whatever. It was about the timing and, making the correct reads at the right time and waiting for guys to get open instead of moving too quickly off of the first read, yada, yada, yada. And that timing with Ryan Wingo was so important, especially Ryan Wingo was so important. So yeah, he's exactly right. I think they're handling it exactly the right way. That is the thing that has been holding him back. The mechanics were a thing too. That seems to have ironed itself out quite a bit. I think the yips a little bit, like the nerves were a thing too. That seems to have ironed himself out a little bit. He seems to have his swagger back. Granted, we don't know that for sure because it was only the one game against Sam Houston, and how is he going to perform on the road in a tough environment? Will he be able to produce the same kind of timing and confidence and all those different things? We'll see. But you do want to continue to build that timing because that's the most important part of being a quarterback is timing and making the right reads and putting the ball where it's supposed to be. So if he can continue to do that, then he's going to be just fine. And honestly, if you look at him statistically right now, up against some of these other quarterbacks in the SEC, he really hasn't been that bad. I think the thing with Arch so far, and I'm kind of going off topic a little bit here, but I think the thing with Arch so far is the UTEP game was so bad.
Yeah.
That one game in and of itself was so bad as opposed to the other three that's kind of warped people's opinion of him. And now it's up to him to kind of shift that mindset and be like, okay, now I'm going in. And this is exactly what's going to happen too, Patrick. If he goes in and he has an awesome game against Florida and his timing's right and he throws for a lot of yards and he throws for a lot of touchdowns, people are going to be like, oh, well, that's a terrible Florida team. And then the next week after that, that they don't have John Mateer. It doesn't matter. That doesn't count. So
I don't know. I feel like if he does well against Florida, then they will build up the hype that he is now, again, probably the Heisman front runner, so that when he does not do it against Oklahoma the same way, then they'll be like, now he is a bust again. I think, they like to build him up to knock him down, Matt, but
I don't think they're going to give him any credit until he goes into Georgia and plays well, honestly. And it's ridiculous. That's just how it's going to go with this.
They're not going to give Sark any credit. I know that. And there's a certain part of that where you're like, you got to beat Georgia. At some point, you got to do it. But Sark was also asked about Arch moving on. And as I think Bob Lou asked this question, and he asked about, he's like, Quinn Ewers was pretty good about moving on. And if he threw a pick, he just, came back out and played well afterwards. And for Arch, now that he's going to be going in and, you're going to have mistakes. You're going to have series where the things don't go right. Picks could be evident. You're playing two really good defenses in a row here on the road. You may miss one and throw a pick somewhere. That happens. But what's his ability to move on? Because it does seem like he does maybe, and some of these games, has gotten into his own head, and it takes till halftime for him to then bounce back out of throwing some bad passes, making some bad reads, and it can stack upon each other. Here's what Sark said about Arch and him learning to move on after bad plays.
I think part of it is, Arch has got more emotion in him than Quinn, and they're different humans, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And so sometimes, when you throw an interception or you make a play that isn't, one that you wish you made, it's okay to show a little emotion then too. Like that's not the end of the world. Some way, shape, or form, you got to get it out of you. And his ability was just to kind of let it flow through. Arch may need to scream and yell for a second. That's okay too. Like we've seen great competitors for decades that in their own way celebrate, get bad plays out, pick up teammates in their own way. And that's why I think it's important for Arch to be Arch and not try to be something that he's not. And so, I hope we're not answering this question, how did Arch respond to the pick Saturday? But if it does, I just want him to respond naturally. Whatever naturally comes to him, let it happen and then move forward. And I think that'll serve him best.
So I thought it was an interesting answer from Sark because he's basically saying, I don't know how he'll deal with it in those moments. But what I need him not to do is try and do what he thinks he's supposed to do as opposed to what it's natural for him. And it's kind of been one of those pieces where when people got on him for trash talking, and I do appreciate that people started posting the screenshots because I think the Sam Houston player actually posted the screenshot of him stepping over Quinn Ewers and people being like, this is why he did that. There's a cause and, so maybe we can get over that one a little bit. But him, trash talking and jumping around and being energetic and having attitude and all of that is what Arch Manning is. And the more he pretended to be Peyton or Eli and pretended to, all right, this is what you want. You want the humble, respectful quarterback. That's what I will go be in front of you guys. It felt like that was just more of him not being Arch Manning. And Arch has to be Arch to be as good as he wants to be. And so for him to respond, he goes, if you got to yell or scream or whatever, cool. Do it. Get it out of your system and then come back and let's play football again. But don't sit on the sideline stewing because you can't get it out of your system and you didn't scream, you didn't yell, you didn't show any emotion, and now it's just sitting in your head because now you're thinking everyone's looking at me and I am there. You have to get out of that. You can't worry about everything else happening in the game. So it feels like this is a conversation that he has had with Arch plenty so far this season. Just go do what you do at practice. I get there's cameras. I get there's expectations, but just go do what we do. And you're playing much better in practice than you are out there. If you can replicate that, we'll be fine.
Yeah. Having your own identity on the field is extremely important, and being comfortable in your own skin is extremely important. I mean, we've talked about this a bunch, but back in 04, 05, when Mac Brown and Greg Davis just decided to let Vince be Vince, he took his game to an astronomical another level because they let him be the guy that was loose and free and dancing on the sidelines and in the locker room and, never let pressure get to him. You didn't need to go talk to him about this, that, or the other. He's like, nah, coach, I got it. And it's a different kind of personality for Arch, but it's still something that's extremely important that you need to let him just be himself so that he can play and be free and play his own brand of football, which is probably something that he hasn't been able to do for a while.
Yeah. So
now that he's able to do it again, I think that that's going to help him in the long run. I think that that's an extremely smart choice by Sark. I mean, yeah, you may get a little backlash here and there if you're standing over an Oklahoma linebacker in the end zone or whatever the case may be, but that's fine because you're winning the football game, and it's not like you're going out and doing dirty stuff or chopping a guy's legs or whatever. You're just being yourself, and that's fine. It just pisses people off sometimes, I think, because it's Arch Manning. Like, opposing fan bases hate it because it's Arch Manning, and they don't think that a Manning should do that. But that's not. It doesn't matter. That's who he is, and that's fine.
They're rooting against Texas. It is what it is. They're like, we all know people that root against, most of us root against the Aggies or root against Texas Tech or root against Arkansas, or root against Oklahoma or root against Baylor, or root against TCU or root, whoever. And you're like, oh, I know that guy, and I don't like that team. So anything they do is spread out. Because he's on Texas and because he's a Manning, they're going to talk about him no matter what. So would you rather have the W and them say, well, he was not humble in his win? Or would you rather them say he sucked and took an L? Because you could be the most respectful loser on the planet. It's not going to be good for you. You have to, if you have to go out there. Now, I'm not saying go out and be a jerk every play and not do all that, but go be you. And that's the easy answer to it is you're not a jerk. You are a pretty humble person, but in the moment of it, you're going to have fun out there on the field.
So here's another good analogy, I think. How many Texas fans were just annoyed to their limit with Cam Scatteroo?
Yeah.
Leading up to that game, in that game, the way he was acting on the sidelines, all that stuff. If you had transported Cam Scatteroo into a Texas Longhorns uniform and he acted that way, everybody would love it. So it's just the way that it is. It's opposing fan bases hate it because they're cheering against him. And if the roles were reversed and he was in a Georgia uniform or an Alabama uniform, they would love it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, me. That's who it is. And I agree with Joe too. The other players feed off that energy. Your quarterback, they feed off the quarterback. Everybody does. Everyone knows he is the guy that, that the media follows him around. They watch. That's just what it is. And so if he's out there having fun and playing and jumping up and down, everybody wants to celebrate him with. All the offensive linemen want to go up and grab him and get the head tap from Arch. So if he's just sitting there and shaking hands after every play, all right, well, now we all got to calm down. Now we all got to play lower. We all have to lower our intensity, and that's just not going to be a good place to be. JSDTX also say that, yes, if the injured guys come back, and Deshaun Elliott did look good this weekend, so it was fun to see. But yes, we'll get more into that when the injury report comes out because Stark ain't going to talk about it no more.
Well, I mean, go look at what Jackson Dart's doing with the Giants right now. Like if you watch Jackson Dart's preseason highlights and the highlights from the game that he played last week, the players are feeding off of his energy and they love him. 100%. They love him, and he is leading on the field in that regard. And maybe Quinn's leadership was a little bit different than Arch's, and that's fine. But if this is the way that Arch has to assume that mantle, then he should do it absolutely, and I love it.
No, and look, we saw Quinn at times go and try and rally up the troops and go rile everybody up and go start screaming and yelling. So we've definitely seen that out of him too. So it's just Arch is going to be more consistent in having some energy. And so that's what do you want to see. And Sark was asked about, Arch being Arch, and is that something he has to do on a personal journey, or is that something you can coach up? Here's what Sark had to say.
No, I think that's why they call us coach, and that my job is to help him understand that. I saw a great version of him last week. I saw a better version of him today. Again, there's nothing wrong with reminders, right? We would all like reminders of where we're at, not only physically but mentally. And so we try to do those things, but I also don't want him so consumed with himself, right? I'm trying to get him more consumed with his teammates and the scheme and everybody around him and not worry so much about himself. He's fine, and he's going to play at a high level. We've got a lot of faith in him. We put a lot on him to do that. But he also needs to understand he needs these other 10 guys with him every snap to perform the way he wants to perform.
Yeah, and that's what we were just saying. What Joe just said is, you need everybody else to perform. And so you need to be a leader out there on the field. Be ready to go help everybody out. But, you don't have to necessarily, the more you worry about if you're acting like you, it's probably not going to help you. So just be you. And then let me help coach you about everything else and take your mind off of trying to be somebody that you're not, and take your mind off and just go play football. And that's the way I can help coach you out of Arch being yours or Arch being what he's supposed to be. Instead of Arch being Arch, is I'm going to coach you up on everything else and let you focus on the important things, not the things that are not that important.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely the approach that you have to take. It's, being a coach is kind of like playing chess. You have to know what buttons to press at the right time and when to take your foot off the gas and when to bite your tongue and when to rip into a guy and all those different things. And it's different with every single player on every team, and it's different with every quarterback that comes through. And it really sounds like they've figured out what those buttons are for Arch.
Yeah.
Over the last few weeks. And I think that's a really good thing. It's going to help him, going into SEC play. Cause I feel like they've always trusted him, and now they just know how to unleash him, I guess, and at the right times, and how to hold him back at the right times. And I think that's going to be huge. Yeah,
I'm with you on that. And another interesting area that Sark was asked about was, we kind of talked about a little bit of the red zone, and maybe at certain points the play calling wasn't aggressive enough, or didn't seem like it was all there. Maybe the run game play calling wasn't exactly what you wanted to see. And so Sark was asked basically point blank, but do you hold stuff back? Were you in these games? Is there more in the tank that you're not showing us? Because you didn't, now you have to go play these tough SEC games. So maybe the last few weeks, you kind of just didn't show everything. So we have reason to believe there will be better run plays called, and there will be better plays in the red zone with a better success rate, because you're not showing us your entire playbook. Here's what Sark had to say about if he was holding plays back.
I don't know if we discard. I think naturally we've seen a lot of different things through 4 games, which to me has been a really good thing. Because it's really challenged us to trust our training, whether it's at the line of scrimmage, whether it's our progressions at quarterback, whether it's aligning to formations on defense. We've seen a lot of just a variety of things. And so that part's been good. I don't know necessarily that we held back. I think that we have laid a solid foundation in all 3 phases to build upon for SEC play. And, it's not it's like when we go to practice day 1 of training camp, we lay a foundation to build on throughout training camp. We just don't come out and line up in empty formations and run reverses and things. We've got to teach the foundation of the offense, defense, or special teams. I think that's kind of part of how a season goes, especially, let's say, on the offensive side of the ball, where we were a younger team on offense. We had to make sure that we built a foundation. We had to go through growing pains so that we could do the things that I knew we needed to do as the season went on. And so, hopefully we can put the game plan that we've devised for this week is one that is sound, but also allows us to create some explosive plays and move the chains and put the ball in the end zone. And that would be no different than on defense or on special teams.
So there's Sark with some solid coach speak about, do you hold back on plays? That's not the wording I would use to say yes, but yes, uses laid the foundation, which was, we used an eighth of the playbook that will eventually be opened up to everything by the end of the season, but we just are going to keep adding plays. So we weren't holding anything back because the plan was to have these many, but we're going to continue to add things to it as the season goes on, which is holding back in one sense, but it's solid coach speak from Sark there.
Yeah, that's a very roundabout way of saying, we haven't run everything yet. It's, I think that he's not lying about anything. He's not being dishonest. I think that he's basically saying, yeah, we had a very vanilla game plan against Ohio State because we weren't necessarily comfortable with all of our young players unleashing the entire. And then we had some fun with some stuff with San Jose State, and it worked out. And I think we had a good game plan against UTEP, and Arch was just bad. And then against Sam Houston, we kind of unleashed stuff a little bit, and now we've laid the foundation of okay, we can start to get things to that level. And so there's still a bunch that they're still waiting to put out there, I'm sure. Yes. He can't just come out and say, yeah, we've been holding stuff back all off through the first 4 games. But
you guys haven't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
it would have been worse if he was taking the Phil Longo method. You've seen it all. That's it. That is the playbook.
You saw all 26 of our plays in the first game.
That's it. There's nothing else in the playbook. But yes, that's the foundation. So things, and now partially this is true. You had a really young team. You have really young offensive line. There, you do have to not go out week 1 and run mass amounts of motion and mass amounts of trickeration and all this other stuff that you should be able to run by the end of the season. You have to make sure everybody's doing these simple things right. So there is truth to laying the foundation and making sure you're ready with a young team. If you're more experienced, you can start out a little bit further and you go, there's 2 guys who have to catch up. Right now, there's a lot of guys who have to catch up. Ryan Wingo's playing the biggest position he's ever played. Parker Livingstone, 4 offensive linemen, your tight end, your quarterback, and one of your running backs is pretty much new to them, as opposed to last year when it was maybe a wide receiver or 2 and like Gunnar Helm kind of. Like there was a lot more consistency, so you could start off a little bit faster on those.
Yeah, and that's another thing that drives me crazy about the people who are hammering home the play calling is terrible. It's like, well, these guys haven't really been starters in this offense. Like, I get some of them have been in the system, but it's a different thing. It's a completely different dynamic when you're like, the playbook or what you're supposed to do in practice, and then implementing that into a football game. So you have to kind of build these things up with a young team. Like last year with Ewers and all these other guys, like they were able to come out of the gates flying because everybody was experienced for the most part, with the exception of Matthew Golden in that offense and maybe Isaiah Bond. And you watched them against Michigan, and you're like, oh my God, Sark's the best play caller I've ever seen. But then with this, you just have to keep things vanilla and make sure guys are doing things right early in the season.
And again, play calling is also that world of finding the right play that works, because the simple part of it is like, here, the team needs to put Arch in a position where he can be comfortable, can't have 2 runs leading to 3rd and 8 situations. I agree that if you are averaging 1 yard a carry, that is not going to help Arch. Like, if you cannot pick up more than 1 yard a carry, that's a problem. But I think it's also a bigger problem to throw the ball on 1st down, run on 2nd, and be in a 3rd and 6, because you picked up 4 yards, but you just ran a kind of silly pass play in 1 to try and break something big on 1st down. And now you're on 3rd and we have to get it. And it's still not 3rd and short. It's 3rd and long enough at 3rd and 6 that you're not happy with it, because you still picked up 4 yards on the carry. Not a bad run play, not a great one. You threw, the pass play wasn't great either. That worries me more of, we're just wasting a pass play, because the odds of getting 4 yards for us with this run game should be higher than it is to complete every pass. It should be easier to get 4 yards a carry. That's just kind of the reality of a decent team. I get the offensive line has maybe not made that exactly true, but I'd say even like 3 yards a carry, that you should be, if you run the ball twice, your worst should be 3rd and 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. That's the difficulty of play calling, and why the Monday morning quarterback can sit back and look at it and go, oh, well, if it was me, I would have called a play that worked. You're like, well, what was that play? I don't know. Something that would have worked, though. I would have done the thing that worked, the thing that was good. And that's the really good coaches not only call those plays, they have the players who can execute them, and then they look like geniuses.
Yes, there's the majority, I think, of the things that have gone wrong with this offense early in the season have been much more execution based.
Yeah.
Rather than, I pointed it out in my first all 22 review. Like, it was all there.
Yes.
Arch just couldn't get it there. So that, I'm tired of the bad play calling there. No, it's probably the thing that raises my temperature more than anything else at this point.
But that's like, we watched Arch Manning when it starts to work, and you're like, well, these plays are great. You're like, they're the same plays he ran the last 2 weeks. They're not brand new plays. These are similar or basically the same plays he's run. He's just hitting the right guy this time, or the coverage is better. But Sark also hit a lot today in the press conference about 11 guys doing their job, 11 guys doing their job, 11 guys doing their job. Because there has been where protection has just been missed and somebody missed something, and now the entire play is off time and off rhythm. And that's going to cause, no matter what the play call was, if you don't pick the guy up, and there's supposed to be a protection. We'll get to Cowboys, but there was a Cowboys play call that was god awful last night, where they're supposed to have the tight end come over, or maybe it was the Texans, The Texans, they are supposed to have a tight end come over and check the defensive tackle. And it was Justin Simmons. He just walked through the line of scrimmage and hit CJ Stroud before he even stood up. Because they didn't block him. And you're like, I get you're trying to be cute. That was a bad play call. Because you called a play against a defender that is elite defender. And you said, oh, what we'll do is he'll be slow off the. No, he was much faster than you were. It looked like a false start until you watched it in slow-mo. And you're like, he had a false start. No one touched him. And he just immediately hit the quarterback. So we'll get to this one too, though. Sark was asked about any concern for going on the road for the next month and keeping his guys mentally ready for a month of no home games, all on the road, all taxing, never really getting that break of getting back to your normal routine back at home. You're just constantly getting on planes and going flying anywhere. This is what he had to say if he has had any concern.
I hope there's not concern, for me, because I think that we've got a really good formula for success when we go on the road. We've played very well on the road. We've played well away from DKR and I think that part of that is part of the process that we do. We tend not to, hey, this week we'll do this, next week let's change it and do that, next week let's do this. We try to find a routine and a rhythm to what we do. I think that we've created a culture around here where connectivity is so important, and you got to have connectivity on the road. You just don't have. You got 100,000 people cheering against you. And ultimately we've played pretty good. We haven't played perfect, and I don't know if anybody plays perfect on the road, but when you're connected and you play well, you can give yourselves opportunities to find success along the way, and you can overcome some of the adversity that you're going to get faced with. So I'm probably more confident than I'm concerned, but I hope nobody in our building is concerned. They should feel very confident in our formula to get ourselves ready to play on the road.
So this is always something that, is a big piece that a lot of people don't think about, is that you try and you do things at home to make it more like a road game. And you try to make sure that when you do the road games, it is not such a shock that you're sleeping in a hotel room, that you're sleeping in a different hotel room. It's not quite exactly the same. The bus rides are different, everything else. But when you're doing a home game, you're still sleeping in a hotel room the night before. There's still curfew. There's still all these other things to make sure that you are trying to set things up so we know from second one where everybody is and what we're doing. And we don't have any hang edges. And we know the walkthroughs, we know the dinners, we know the breakfast, we know all these things that will remain the same at home and away games. The location changes, but the technique of how everything happens, there isn't an extra piece of that really. And so Sark's done a pretty good job so far of figuring out that road mentality so that he has not been a particularly bad road team. And they've actually been a pretty good road team. I know you lost to Ohio State, but you do have some major wins on the road as well. So, as hard as it is to play on the road, I don't think there should be that much concern about the length of them being on the road as much as just standard. You're on the road in the SEC. So it is going to be, the noise will be there, everything else, but the duration of how many games you have to play on the road, I don't think that's necessarily the concern.
No, I mean, Texas has been one of the best road teams in college football over the last couple of years. I mean, before the Ohio State loss, I think they had won like 11 straight true road games since 2022. Dating all the way back to that Oklahoma State loss in Stillwater. So they obviously have a very good recipe for how they prepare these guys for being on the road, which is great. And I'm totally with you. I don't think that the duration of this is going to affect them as much as some people might think it will. I think it's just going to be that they're going to a really tough environment in Gainesville. Yeah. They're going to go to a really weird environment, Mississippi State, with all the cowbells and all that crap. Which that's a whole other thing that I can go on a 20-minute dialogue about how it's BS, but we'll get that another day. Kentucky's going to be a weird one. That's an oddly tough place to play sometimes, and Georgia's going to be so it's just there's no easy road environments in the SEC anymore. There's harder ones than other ones, but there's no easy ones. So that's going to be the more difficult part of it, in my opinion, rather than, oh, we got to go to Dallas the week after we go to Gainesville, and then we got to go to. I mean, you're just hopping on a plane flight, and then you're doing the same thing that you do every other week. So it's. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal.
Do you think Texas has to practice with cowbells in the speakers the week before Mississippi State?
If they're smart, they will.
That's weird. We'll play one more.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go on a huge 20-minute thing about this. I just want to say there is a rule, an SEC rule, and CB, maybe you can look into this and you can confirm if I'm right or not. But there is a rule that there is no artificial noisemakers allowed in SEC stadiums. Yet, Mississippi State, every single fan gets a cowbell. And they get to do it as often as they want. In between plays, in the huddles, whatever, it doesn't matter. They just do it. And they constantly break the rules. And nobody does anything about it.
I feel like that has to have been addressed at some point, Matt. They're just like, Mississippi State sucks so much we don't care.
There's probably some loophole about it being a tradition.
Yeah.
And there's supposed to be something within the rules at Mississippi State where they're only allowed to do it at certain points, but they just do it the entire game and nobody does anything about it.
So we can't bring vuvuzelas to our games?
Correct.
Okay. I was going to bring mine out as my burnt orange vuvuzela. He's going to bring it out. One more clip to play about Florida. Sark was asked about the defense of Florida and that defensive line as we get into Florida week now. Here's what Sark had to say about that Florida defense.
They're an excellent defensive front, and Sapp is a heck of a player and had a great year last year. They've got a really good depth on their front, and they're big. They are not the most play on an edge, penetrating defense. They two-gap you, and they do that intentionally because he likes to play. They play with a lot of split safety looks, and they're a veteran secondary, and so they can make things really muddy in the secondary. They can force a quarterback to hold the ball, and then that's where the pressure can get there. And so, the key to the drill is we got to maintain the line of scrimmage. We got to run the ball well, and then if we can get them out of some of that too high shell look where they're doubling receivers and doing things because, I got a ton of respect for Ron Roberts, their defensive coordinator. He's been doing it a long time at a really high level. And so they're not built necessarily to always just sack the quarterback. They're built to really guard your receivers and then make the pocket feel small on the quarterback. And so, hopefully we can get them out of some of that stuff. We'll see how that goes and then try to attack them as best we can, and find some opportunities for some one-on-ones down the field.
There's Sark with a little bit of the game plan against this Florida defense. It is going to be a rough road against them. They've been playing really well. And, it does start all in the run game. If you're able to run the football, you're able to do a lot of things. As JSDTX said earlier, if you're able to run, if you start an 8 and 2 runs, you're going to have a problem. If it is 3rd and 2 because you ran the ball twice, then you're sitting pretty happy. Because now you feel very confident that if it's 4th down, you can pick up that 2 yards, and you feel pretty confident that you can, be a little bit more risky on that 3rd and 2. If you get a big run and get 8 yards on 1st down, it's the best feeling in the world. So I think there's a lot of those pieces for how you have to attack, and it starts with, can you win the line of scrimmage? And that is what we're going to talk about all week, because that is kind of the story of this game of how Texas could have real problems is if they do not win at the line of scrimmage against Florida.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I thought the Sam Houston State performance from Arch was so important. Because Sark said it perfectly when he said, with their split safety looks and the way the veteran nature of their secondary and the way that they play, they can muddy up the secondary and they can muddy up passing lanes and those kinds of things. So that's why it was so important for Arch to be able to get his timing down and get the trust in those receivers to be able to hit it in tight windows, because there's going to be, based on everything that I've seen so far, there is going to be a ton of tight windows that he's going to have to throw to, whether he's throwing a guy open or fitting it in between 2 defensive backs or whatever the case may be. That's where the timing is going to be critical, and why this defense has been so good, because it's really hard to go up against something like that. And yeah, you're right. It does also start in the trenches, because that is a really good defensive line. It's a big defensive line. They can push you around. They did it to Miami. They did it to LSU. And if this team had half an offense, they might be undefeated right now, but they don't. And that's what the problem is for them right now. So I think that it's going to be one of the toughest defenses that Texas goes up against all year, assuming that this team is still coming out, ready to play at 1-3 and they're fired up and all that stuff, which I think they will be. But it's going to be tough. So if Texas comes out and wins this game 17-13, you take that and you run with it, because a lot of teams have had trouble with this defense.
Yeah, and here's the hopefully that O-line improves, because the O-line has had issues so far. Pass pro, not as much, a little bit, but not a ton. But that run game offensive line has not been there, and cowbell compromise is what they call it.
Yeah, it's such bullshit. I don't care if they got grandfathered in. It's bullshit.
Spoken like a true Ole Miss rebel right there. Complete and total BS. This is what Matt says. We're going to take our first break here. When we come back, we've got to get into the college games that happened this weekend. A crazy weekend. The Cowboys played this weekend into a tie. That needs to end now. We all agree. There's nobody who wants this end in ties. Not one person on the planet likes ties. Nobody likes them. 2025. Everything else in the world has changed. We got to get rid of ties. So we got to get rid of those in the NFL. So we'll talk about that. Texans get their first win as well. So big one there, and maybe some bad news that we somewhat expected out of the Texans. More injury news. We'll get the Jackson Dart start, and then Brian Daboll's job was safe for 8 minutes before Malik Neighbors tore his ACL. So it is, we'll get all the NFL action as well. 2 Monday Night Football games tonight as well. Not the greatest slate, but we'll get into all of that as we continue on here on a Monday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, as I was putting our rankings, I was making sure we got it right. Both of us did decent in our picks this week, Matt.
Yeah?
Both of us went 4-2 this week.
Hell yeah.
I didn't make up any ground, but we both made up ground on our bad records going 4-2. I'll live with that one right now. But welcome back in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patter Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Text lines open 512-222-9328. Or you can join us in the chat here, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Naman, what is up? Appreciate everybody there jumping in with us on the chat. Would love to hear your solutions, as we'll get into this here in a few minutes. Your solutions for NFL overtime. So we do not in ties. Do you do the 10 minutes still and then add in a sudden death, or do you add something in? Do you go to the college format? If you do, where do you start it? Let us know. We'll get into that here in a couple minutes when we get to the NFL. But that is kind of the lead story in sports today for a lot of things, is like, how do we fix this? Because this sucks. And especially because it was late on a Sunday night after watching football, great football all weekend, and then it ends and just like, what? Girls putting her pants back on. You're like, oh, come on. You can't do that to me. So we'll roll in here to hour 2. I did want to hit some of these college football games, though, because it was a crazy week of football. One of those weeks you're kind of happy you had a buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
You're a little happy. You're like, we weren't part of that nonsense craziness. We got a bye. We could sit back and watch it. All the players could, as Sark said, realize what is happening, and there is no time for you to be letting yourself down and not caring about these games, because it started on Friday night. Friday night, we get Arizona State come back and beating TCU because Josh Hoover decided he was going to start throwing a lot of picks there at the end of that game. And Jordan Tyson just had an insane game catching the football. Some great catches there in that game. And we see that Arizona State beats TCU, and that Arizona State, or that Virginia-Florida State game. Florida State clearly looked past Virginia Friday night, not ready for it. And Virginia came out and put it on them. Goes to double overtime. And Florida State cannot get it done. And we get a top 10 team, number 8, first top 10 team of the weekend, but 2 ranked teams on Friday already upset.
Yeah. First of all, Jordan Tyson is absolutely insane. It is one of the best receivers in college football, bar none.
Yes.
I'm not sure Texas beats Arizona State if he plays in that football game last year. Based on what I saw this past weekend, he is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So props to them for their comeback. College football is the most insane sport ever. I just put Florida State as my number 2 team in the college football playoff predictions last week.
Yeah.
And they come out and they put on a performance like this. Former Highland Park quarterback, by the way, Chandler Morris, leading the Cavaliers to victory over the Seminoles. So good for Chandler Morris. I hope and pray that Squirrel White is okay after that unbelievably ridiculous field rush that happened at the end of that game.
Oh, that to me, and the fact that people were like, this is awesome. I'm like, why could you not waited 20 seconds for that to happen? And like the fact, like, we get these kids don't care about the players. They'll do whatever because they're drunk kids. Like I was a drunk kid once. I made a lot of bad decisions. That field storm was terrible. Guys on the ground. And they're just, and you're like, first of all, how does Virginia not have people lined up there to be like, no, wait 5 minutes, wait a couple minutes. Like they in regulation, 2.5 minutes left in regulation, the players got ready to storm the field. It went to double overtime. You couldn't find a solution in all of that time to maybe go out there and be like, guys, you have to let them get off the field first. Because otherwise, someone of you is going to get us in a lot of trouble. Because one of you is going to kick a player or hit a player or be caught on camera flipping off their quarterback, which did happen.
Yeah.
Like all that, it's just awful. I get kids are going to storm the field because in today's society, everything is about every person and nobody matters anymore because only you matter. I get it. It's awful. I don't know why it turned into that way, but it has turned into that of I'm right and I'm the only thing that matters. The world revolves around all of us now, like completely and everybody. It's ridiculous. But there's just old man yelling at clouds. Don't worry about it. But that field storm was awful. It was a great game, and that was like that bummed me out so much at the end to watch a Florida State player get engulfed by fans or by kids, I should say, like the college kids. And it's like that you can't have that kind of access to the fields for these kids. It's not good. And also, they're number 8. You don't storm for number 8. Storm for like number 1 or 2. Come on, man.
You storm if you're Virginia because you don't ever beat anybody at Virginia.
Well, I know, but you used to be. Now everybody storms every damn game. It's so ridiculous.
You know, this is what separates true college football powers from nobodies. You will never see Texas storm the field when they beat anybody, ever.
So you say that. I will tell you, if we had beaten Alabama 2 years ago, we would have stormed. I can tell you right now, we would have.
I don't know.
I'm not saying we should have. I'm saying almost 100% in my mind how kids are now today because we weren't good. Like you have to remember, we weren't good at that time. We had not been good for none of those kids remembered Texas being good.
Yeah,
that were there. We hadn't been good in over a decade. And so they're 18 years old. They were under 10 years old probably the last time Texas played for a national championship with Colt McCoy. And that, like, their first memory is their dads crying because Colt McCoy had to go to the locker room. And now they're in the stands. and Texas just beat Alabama. They would have done it.
I'm not convinced. You may be right. But I'm not convinced.
No, we would have sat in the crowd. Like guys like you, me, and you, Matt, would have been in the crowd shaking our heads at it in disgust. But the kids would have done it.
You may be right. But
look, I would say this. I wouldn't have expected us to throw trash on the field at the Georgia game either, and we did.
That's fair.
I
think they threw trash on the field against Alabama, though, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, they're kids. They're gonna do dumb things. I'm just saying.
Well, regardless, I'm ashamed that I made Florida State my number 2 seed. I still think they're a playoff team, but I'm ashamed that I put them that high because I don't think that they're gonna end up being that high now. But it is what it is. Chandler Morris is a dude. Yeah. I know he threw 3 picks, but he had 5 total touchdowns. So a little proud Highland Park Scott moment there from me. Glad to see Chandler doing his thing over there and not making the mistake of following his father. His father's Chad Morris, and he made his pick live. I think it was at some All-Star game with his dad wearing his school's stuff in the background. I think it was at Arkansas at the time. And Chandler Morris had committed somewhere else, and I was like, "Good for you, good for you."
Oh, well, we'll see that tomorrow. Bo Ogden is committing tomorrow. I think at 1. Texas is in the final 3 schools. Chris Ogden's kid, who is like the general manager for Texas basketball. He is also looking at Tennessee with Rick Barnes, and he's also looking at Purdue or this final 3. I was kind of surprised Ole Miss wasn't in there. It would have been the real trifecta if it was Texas, where he played, where Chris Ogden played, Chris Beard in Ole Miss, old friend Chris Beard, and Rick Barnes. That would make like those 3 make sense to me. But I guess Purdue is a great school. Like I don't want to take away from Purdue as basketball. Also, they've been really good. But he'll make his. So yeah, we'll see. Chris Ogden has to sit there, be like, cool, going to a rival of ours at Tennessee, going to a team we have to play all the time. Awesome.
Did he not offer his kid a good enough NIL deal?
Well, he hasn't picked yet. He picks tomorrow. So, you just got to say your top schools. Maybe it's out of respect for Rick Barnes and Purdue, This CB coming through. It's been 35 years since Texas fans stormed the field. 1990, Houston at DKR. Thrilled we are not still in the 90s in Texas football. There's some years of down years there that glad we're not in those. Glad we're in the time now where we're back in the playoffs and we can say, still don't storm the field, guys. Come on. We're a good team. You don't do it. That all being said, We did see Ohio State not really have a huge amount of problems with Washington. That defense was just Ohio State's defense is legit. They only allowed 6 points against Washington. So even though Julian Sayin maybe wasn't dominating, their offense was good enough to get the win against Washington. Oregon and Penn State comes down to it again. Penn State tries to make the comeback there to get the win against Oregon, but there's James Franklin. Just people getting on him again. Can't win the big one. It is an interesting one because, again, like Oregon's always been a great regular season team, and then they don't necessarily get it done in the postseason. And Penn State did get more done in the postseason last year. They finally won some big games down the stretch. But I don't know. This one doesn't feel like Penn State's maybe not the number one team in the country.
Well, I don't know if anybody's looked at the way that Drew Aller has played this year, but he's been awful.
Yeah.
And nobody said anything about it because his name's not Arch Manning, but it's okay. He it's fine. They were still a top ranked team, even though their quarterback's been playing like garbage. I thought Oregon was going to win this game. I think Oregon's a really, really good team. I think they're probably your national championship favorite right now. So I wasn't surprised by that result at all. Plus James Franklin's going to James Franklin, just like Hair the Dog says. Also, Ohio State and Washington, that didn't surprise me at all. One of the best quarterbacks in college football, Damon Williams for Washington, didn't have a great game against that Ohio State defense. Amazing that that's possible.
Amazing.
It's unbelievable that a quarterback
would
struggle
like
against
it's a
that
good
defense.
I
almost like it's a good defense. Yeah,
it's almost like they're really talented. Yeah. No, Drew Aller is not even the season. He was 14 of 25 for 135, 2 TDs, and a pick in that game. Dante Moore clearly outplayed him in the game. And so, yeah, you did see that one. Oregon gets the win. It's not the end of the road for Penn State. They'll still be really good, but Drew Aller does have to figure some things out. As it has just been across the board, a lot of quarterbacks that you were expecting to come in and play well this season and just not really been able to get it done.
Not only was he bad against Oregon, he was bad against Villanova, and he was bad against Florida International.
Yeah.
He's thrown for less than 60% in his last 3 games. But hey, Arch sucks because he had 1 bad game against UTEP. It's fine.
And CB knows what's up. I told you. I'm with Patrick. There was a lot of talk on Twitter. Texas won in Bama in 2022. Plans were landing and storming the field. I'm telling you. I know what these kids are like. You know, I'm hip with it, Matt. I know it's cooling down. And this Jackson Arnold is the worst quarterback in college football. I don't know if that's completely true. I will say that O-line is not good enough for Jackson Arnold to be good because he needs time because he doesn't have the pocket presence whatsoever. So I don't know if he's the worst, but with a line that was continually getting pressured and him consistently like feeling a hand on him and then not running before the hand was already on him, he was just never going to have a chance. He was 18 for 33 for 125 through the air. He averaged 3.8 yards per completion. That is not what you want to see on that one. Also ran the ball 15 times for 11 yards. That includes all the sacks that A&M was able to get on him. 5 sacks in the game for A&M. And that's with a mobile, pretty fast quarterback who's able to elude some of these sacks, but he just doesn't feel it whatsoever. And it goes back and forth. Marcel Reed he didn't have a bad game, but it wasn't what it needed to be. No touchdowns through the air. Does throw an interception in the game as well. And so he was kind of held in check by this Auburn defense. So it wasn't I wouldn't say Marcel Reed had a terrible game. It just wasn't what you want to see out of a guy who's been playing really good football. But it was just 2 defensive SEC teams going back and forth. And at the end, Texas A&M was able to get the ball on the ground moving enough to win that game.
On Jackson Arnold,
yes.
He also has a terrible head coach. So that's not doing him any favors. Hugh Freeze is is not the guy for Auburn. I agree with CB. He needs to be the next guy fired if they continue to play this way. I've been saying it all year. I know they started well, but I still don't believe in Hugh Freeze. So ipso facto, I still don't believe in that team. Marcel Reed is another guy who I think has been getting and listen, he's been much better than I expected him to be. And he was much better. He's been much better than he was last year. I still think he's been a little overhyped because he beat Notre Dame. And he put up a lot of yards against Notre Dame. But he also completed 45.9% of his passes against Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So he's not the most efficient quarterback in the world.
Yes.
I expect him to continue to get better, but putting him up there in the Heisman conversation is probably a little bit premature. And you saw that when he faced the first semblance of a good defense that he's played all year against Auburn. So that's another thing. But A&M's going to be a problem regardless because if they're not killing you with the explosive plays in the passing game, they're killing you on the ground. Because that offensive line is legit. Those running backs are probably the best group in the SEC, maybe the best group in the country. And they're a really good team. It looks like that defense is taking a lot of steps forward as well. So they're going to be a problem all year.
Another team that held on to get a win on Saturday was Indiana, who we said could Iowa's defense cause them problems. It did. They put up 20 points, won 20-15. Fernando Mendoza, who is named the greatest football player to ever have played football, goes 13 for 23 in the game, 2 touchdowns and an interception. But this was, you started to see again Indiana get their pressure, and once they got a little bit of pressure back on them, they are not the world beaters that they were hyped up to be.
You know, I saw a mock draft that was released before this football game. It was like on Friday or something. They had Fernando Mendoza as the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I know. That's why
that's awful. That is awful. This guy's a good quarterback. He's nothing special though. That's why I hate mock drafts this early, but it is what it is. Indiana is going to have games like this. Indiana is going to have a lot of struggles this year when they face an actual good football team, because I don't think Illinois is a good team. I think Iowa's probably the best team they played this year, and you saw what happened. I mean, if you can stop the things that they do well, which shouldn't be that hard to do considering the amount of things that they do well, then you're going to have success against them. And Iowa almost got it done. They just weren't quite good enough offensively to get it done. So whenever they play, let me look at their schedule real quick. Whenever they play Oregon on October 11th, they're going to get smoked. Penn State, I think, is going to be able to shut them down as well. I think they're going to have problems with some of these other teams too on their schedule. So the Indiana hype will die down soon enough.
It will die down a little bit soon. Once they start going. We also saw Georgia Tech escape Wake Forest 30-29. I had them. They've been playing really good football. They fell asleep this weekend and let Wake Forest creep up on them. Illinois, we kept talking about how great USC had been looking. Illinois looked terrible the week before, so they were ready and wanted to bounce back. They get a 34-32 win. And Notre Dame gets Sam Pittman fired 56-13. Around some of the other notable games before we get to the big ones. But yeah, Notre Dame getting Sam Pittman fired. This was one that Marcus Freeman felt like this was a good Lord. People think we're going to lose to Arkansas. Like, we were projected to be in the college football playoff at the beginning of the season. And in 3 weeks, we are now projected to lose to Arkansas. We need to go do something. And they did.
Yeah, that seemed like a little bit of a statement game from Notre Dame. Yeah. Like, hey, we're not what we were last year, but we're still pretty good. I still think firing Sam Pittman was stupid. Like, just wait 3 more games and get him under 500, and then he could save $4 million or whatever it was. But it is what it is.
We get to, all right, some of the bigger SEC games now. Tennessee gets a 41-34 win over Mississippi State in overtime. Mississippi State just couldn't get it down the field in time to get that field goal to try and win the game. it feels like this has kind of been Mississippi State's thing, that they're like right there, but they just can't finish it yet. But they're getting closer and closer as a team to getting that big win. And they did get it against Arizona State. They got down the field and got the field goal. They tried to do it again here. They're right on that edge of being a pretty decent team. Now, I think as the season goes on, they'll lose some more games. They just don't have the talent to keep it up all season long on this roster, but they're definitely much improved. 4-1 right now. Blake Shapen is okay in the game, but they run the ball just over and over and just kind of play Mississippi State football, is what you say? They play SEC football. Let's go with that. That sounds better. And go out there, and Joey Aguilar has his worst game, 24 for 40. Still throws for 335 and a touchdown, but 2 interceptions. So they're just chunking the ball up because they could not run the ball as well as Mississippi State did. And, you know, if you control the line of scrimmage, sometimes you can win these games.
Yeah, Fluff Bothwell is a tough dude, man. That's a really good recipe for success. When maybe you don't have everything going right offensively, you can just hand this guy the ball.
Yeah,
and he can get chunk plays. I think he averaged like over 5 yards a carry. He's really, really good. Hey, I'm putting A&M on upset alert against Mississippi State because A&M struggles to stop the run. I know what they did against Auburn, but I still think that it's yet to be proven that they can stop the run consistently. And this Mississippi State team runs the football very, very well. So if Blake Shapen can manage the game and Fluff Bothwell can have another game like he had against Tennessee, A&M is going to have problems.
Let's play a little game of
guess
the line, Matt. What do you think the line is for that Mississippi State Texas A&M game?
Oh, I'm sure it's like 2 touchdowns. It shouldn't be
14.5.
Yeah, I'm taking the points on that. Can we lock that one in right now for our picks this weekend?
We try to pick hard ones. So I was explaining to somebody, I was like, yeah, my picks have been bad, but we do pick. I specifically pick some of the harder games to pick. That's why our records are not great. It's because if we were betting, we just wouldn't bet on a lot of these games. I basically look at the ones and go, I wouldn't want to put money on this game, so we will pick it on the show because I am a glutton for punishment. And so we try and pick the harder ones to get on there. Who else did we see? We also saw we'll go to Alabama, Georgia next. I will leave Ole Miss. I would have known that one next, but since you're Ole Miss, I'll let you finish with that one. Alabama, Georgia. Alabama gets another win against Kirby Smart. Kalen DeBoer can play big games. It's the small games he's having trouble with. The big games he does not seem to have the problems with. Gets a big win against Georgia, 24-21. Only 7 points scored in the second half. Everything was early for this game. And then in the second half, defense is picked up, and Georgia just couldn't get it done.
I have to go back and check. Yeah, okay. So if this stat was actually true, this is the first time that a Kalen DeBoer team has been penalized less than their opposition under Kalen.
Oh, we finally got there?
Alabama. They had 4 penalties. Georgia had 6.
For 16 yards, Alabama? 16.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
4 for 16. Georgia had 6 for 68.
You finally did it.
You finally did it, and they won the game. Look, Georgia has a mental hurdle with Alabama. It doesn't matter who the coach is.
Yeah.
It's I don't know what the deal is. It's bizarre, and give Alabama some credit. They played extremely well. Ty Simpson was really good. Ryan Williams made some big plays. The other guy, what's his name off the top of my head? Jeremy Bernard had a couple big catches. He had that touchdown. Isaiah Horton stepped up. So it seems like they've figured it out. Maybe I wrote them off a little bit too soon after that Florida State game. They're still a really good team, it seems like.
Oh yeah, you mean the Alabama people that are like we should hang Kalen DeBoer up by his toes because he lost the Florida State game. Should hang him by his toes out there. What has he done to our program? What has he done to the program?
I have a feeling that Alabama is going to shoot up our power rankings here in the near future, but they looked really good.
We could put them too low, man. I'm telling you, they're not terrible. Yeah, I feel like Georgia might slide a little bit too. Somewhere in there. Alabama.
There's going to be a new number one. I'll tell you that.
There will be a new number one. It won't be LSU either, because LSU loses to Ole Miss 24-19. As Hair the Dog said, if we go back and find that one, Brian Kelly going to Brian Kelly as well.
Yeah, he is. Brian Kelly is going to Brian Kelly, but also Ole Miss dominated that game.
Trinidad Chambers, man.
The score was 24-19, but Ole Miss dominated almost every facet of that football game. The one thing that was holding them back was the penalties.
Yeah,
and that was the story of the game for Ole Miss, and it's been an issue for them for years and years with penalties in big games. They were penalized 14 times for 109 yards, and they had 10 penalties in the first half.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane.
LSU got penalized. Those refs maybe were a little flag happy.
They were, absolutely. But for Ole Miss to be able to overcome 14 penalties and a lot of drives being in 1st and 20 and 2nd and 20 and those kinds of things, and still being able to convert those plays. Trinidad Chambliss is an absolute gamer. He's awesome. He should be in the Heisman race right now. I don't care what anybody says. That defense looks like it's gotten a lot better, although I think LSU just has some offense problems right now more than anything else. All of Ole Miss's receivers are awesome so far. You talk about Caden Lee's the guy that everybody knows about because he's been there for a while. But Daquan Wright, the tight end, had a great game. Deuce Alexander is really good. Winston Watkins is really good. Harrison Wallace is really, like, all these guys are really, really good, and they have a ton of weapons. And then, Kawan Lacey is one of the best running backs in the SEC, and he just keeps getting yards on yards on yards in big situations. So I'm really, really proud of this Ole Miss team. I know I picked them to win, but I didn't expect them to play that well in terms of just dominating LSU, like in the trenches and those kinds of things. Had they not had 14 penalties in that game, if they'd had something like 7, this might be a 2 or 3 score game. So I think Ole Miss deserves to be recognized as the best team in the SEC right now until it's proven otherwise. So
here's the big piece going forward as well for Ole Miss is, I think at this point you have to look at what their schedule is going forward. Being 5-0, I've already got the win over LSU.
Mm-hmm.
You can penalize them for not having the non-conference. You can penalize them for that. But does a 2-loss Ole Miss team still make the playoffs if the 2 losses are Georgia and Oklahoma?
Yeah, I think so.
So if they don't make the playoffs, it is a epic collapse then.
You have to lose at least 3 of these games if you're not going to make the playoffs.
So they're playing Washington State, Georgia, Oklahoma, South Carolina, the Citadel, Florida, and Mississippi State.
Yeah. I think that there's certainly a scenario in which they could lose more than 2 games.
Yeah.
I think they beat Oklahoma. I think
they can win Georgia too. I think they can win all of these games. But I'm just saying, Matt, you are set up now for an epic collapse.
Which would be very Ole Miss. I think it was over the summer, maybe late spring. Like maybe when we were doing March Madness stuff, where I went on that huge thing about the We Are Ole Miss curse.
Yes.
It's kind of like battered Aggie syndrome. That's a real thing. So I'm not getting my hopes up until the college football playoff people make their final selections. And even if Ole Miss is 12-0, I'm still going to be like on the edge of my seat. Like, oh my God, like, are they actually going to make it?
That's what you get for scheduling the Citadel late in the season. No, don't get to be in. Like, we won the SEC championship. Like, nope, sorry. You've been excluded.
I would be shocked if they don't finish 11-1. I'll put it that way.
Look, I think they can easily win a lot of these games. I mean, they could beat Georgia. They should, but I'm just saying they are now in that position of like, now Lane Kiffin has to take a different approach where it felt like going up until this point, teams didn't believe in us. We're the underdogs. I don't know if you can say that anymore. Like maybe against Georgia, but even Oklahoma at that point, we're going to see at the John Mateer injury, how long he's out, what happens there. I get South Carolina could get better again by the end of the season. Florida technically could figure out this offense once Billy Napier's gone, in the next couple of weeks. Maybe they turn it around a little bit more. But it does feel like their schedule is set up to take care of business the rest of the way.
The Ole Miss social media team is the best social media team in college football. CB. So you should give them a follow just for the fun. Here's my nightmare scenario, Patrick. Ole Miss, let's say they beat Oklahoma and they lose to Georgia.
Yeah.
The game at the end of the year, the Egg Bowl, Mississippi State, it's at Mississippi State. That is a recipe for disaster. Because that game, it doesn't matter how good one team is and how bad the other team is. It's one of those rivalry games where it doesn't matter. It's always drunk every single time. So that's my nightmare scenario, is that they lose that game. And then that's the one like you lost to Mississippi State, who is a good team, but maybe they'll be, 6-5 at that point or whatever.
Yeah. Playing for a bowl game there.
Yeah. Or they're 5-6 and they're playing for a bowl game. So they have and nothing, like they could go 0-11 in their other 11 games, and as long as they beat Ole Miss, they think it's a successful season.
All right, Matt, let's get into some NFL talk. We did ask people about the tie scenario because Green Bay and Dallas tied last night. It was a back and forth game. The fireworks at the end of the game, just chunking the ball down the field. Dak Prescott playing like prime Dak Prescott right now. George Pickens, good Lord. He was 31 for 40 for 319 and 3 touchdowns. He threw some great passes in that game. I think when I say prime Dak Prescott, I didn't say MVP Dak Prescott. I said prime Dak Prescott. I think he's playing as well as Dak Prescott has ever played. Is that wrong? Is he better than this at some point?
Yeah, but also there's just like, and this is me as a classic, pessimistic Cowboys guy. There was a couple of decisions he made in that game where I was like, why did you just not see this guy? It was George Pickens one-on-one down the sideline, and then Kevontae Turpin one-on-one down the sideline.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
No, and look, George Pickens, 134 yards and 2 touchdowns, made some huge catches in that game. Like there was just there was just some really good plays in that game throughout for the Cowboys, and especially later. It felt like it started off in that first touchdown or the first big pass that Matthew Golden gets, where there's 2 Green Bay wide receivers behind the entire Cowboys defense. So it's a terrible, whatever happened on that play was wrong by Green Bay. Like it was a bust. They screwed the play up. And somehow 2 guys are wide open for Green Bay in the same area. I don't know how that happens. It's ridiculous. That's not supposed to happen. And you just go, Green Bay is going to put up 100. Like this is bad. And for whatever reason, the Cowboys defense seemed to respond at some point. They still weren't good. They still allowed 40 points in the game. I know there's overtime. They still allowed a lot of points in this game to Green Bay. So I'm not going to say that we should commend this Dallas defense like it was, but they did slow them down at points. They did make it a little bit harder on them than they had been in the past couple of weeks. You saw signs of life out of them, maybe I should say. That you weren't seeing. There were plenty of times Josh Jacobs had to throw it away or basically just ditch it because there was nothing open downfield. And so I will say they did better after they got burned on that first play. And I'm going to give credit to Brian Schottenheimer. Again, you tied. It was 40-40. But it did seem like he got most of this team up for the game to get them ready to play, that everyone thinks you're going to get blown out. Everyone thinks Micah Parsons is going to have 15 sacks. Everybody thinks that this is going to happen. And I'm not saying everybody is laughing at you right now. So go prove them that they shouldn't be. And offensively, they got it done. But once again, you take that offensive performance from the Cowboys, and the offensive performance you had against the Eagles is a loss. You have to have the great offensive performance to outlast the Giants. And now you have a tie in this one. So when your offense has been going, you are 1-1-1. You have to figure out something to slow this to actually just stop the other teams from getting as much as they're getting. Romeo Dobbs goes off in this game as well, just a complete red zone threat with 3 touchdowns. But at the end of the day, for the Cowboys, you figured out how to make it work without CeeDee Lamb, but you still allow too many points and you can't win the game.
Yeah, Joe, that is true. Right now, Dallas as number 1 in the NFL in total offense per game and worst in the NFL in total defense.
Which is impressive because that somehow you got past Baltimore in both of those.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so frustrating about this team, I think, is it's almost like you have to score 40 points to win a game.
Oh, 41, sorry. 41 points to win a game.
Okay, 41 against Green Bay, 40 against the Giants. You have to score 40 or more points to win a game if you're the Cowboys, which is super frustrating because the offense has been really good. The running game is good.
Yeah.
Javonte Williams is good, which I did not expect at the end of the year. I mean, obviously they missed CeeDee Lamb last night, but they figured out a way to not miss him as much as we thought they were going to. And this defense just can't stop anybody, and it's so frustrating. I mean, I think I generally disagree with everything that Chris Collinsworth says the majority of the time, but I think he was right towards the end of that game. You had him like 4th and 6 or 4th and 8 or whatever it was. And they have to go for it to continue the drive to have an opportunity to field goal. And they converted the first down, and it seemed like the defense just deflated. And it's so hard to build yourself back up after you're like, oh, when we get this stop, we're walking off the field, we're cheering, and we're rubbing it in Micah Parsons' face and all this stuff. And then they convert, and then they just march down the field, and they get in position for a field goal. And Green Bay still almost blew it at the end with that pass play if you're the clock operator, just let it go to 0 and see if the refs say anything about it. Like, what's the worst that can happen? Please reset the clock to 1 second. Okay.
No, I mean, but I'm more of like, if you're Matt LaFleur, at what point are you yelling at your team? Like, use both timeouts, guys. Like, there was zero urgency in Green Bay at the end of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Zero urgency. And it was quite startling, because that's one that he's going to have to sit down with Jordan Love and be like, dude, I know you're trying to be calm and keep it. You need urgency in those moments, because that right there will cost us playoff games. That will cost us a lot when you have just horrible clock management at the end and have no urgency. Dude, the players were just getting up and kind of flipping the ball out and walking back. Like, dude, there's no time. Like, there's no second overtime. There's none. You got to get in the end zone. I get you think there's 2 minutes, but it's going to go really, really fast. Everything in it seemed wrong there at the end. But then we get to the bigger point of it all, which is the overtime. We asked ending a game, any professional football game in a tie is bogus. Let both teams have the ball and fight it out. Amon says, why not have a kickoff 50-yard field goals until the opposing team misses? No, kickers do not need any more power in football.
I like that better than a tie, though, Patrick.
I do, but that's because the Cowboys have Aubrey. So everybody's like, oh, yeah, no. How about 70-yard field goals? Who cares? Let's do it. Joe says, play 10 minutes. The game is still tied, coin flip. Each team gets the ball on their 10, first and goal. If still tied, flip again. Yeah, you just go 2-point conversions at that point, too. Let's go. Stop us on a 2-point conversion. It is. Says they got that Mac Brown 1 second on the clock action. Ball landed out of bounds. Get that ball back. Yeah, it is. That entire the ending in a tie is just. I don't know why it's still a thing. I do know why, is because they can't reach a compromise of what they want to end up doing. They don't want to adopt college because then they copy college. That's the only real reason I can think they don't want to do the college overtime, because it's clearly better than what your overtime is. And especially now that college has figured out the first time you go for you extra point, second time's a 2-point conversion, and then we just do 2-point conversion. Like they even figured out that part of it so far in college. Mm-hmm. That is better. Now I get you probably don't want to start right where they started. You may start back 10 more yards, but that makes the game longer. It makes it more like, I don't care. Start on the 15. Just figure out a winner at the end of the game. You have to figure out a winner. And I think the defenses are playing well enough in the NFL that you could do the college and it wouldn't just be a forever game.
Yeah. I college has the best overtime. College football has the best overtime rules.
They do.
In all of sports.
It works. They're always fun.
Yeah, they are. And it's not that complicated. I don't know if maybe it's a thing where they don't want to copy college and it's just a pride thing or whatever you want to call it, which wouldn't surprise me because if you're the NFL, you never want to admit that the amateurs have anything better than you.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if it's just, you play the first 10 minutes and then it's just alternating 2-point conversions, I'm fine with that. I never, ever, no, you see, the way that you do this, Joe, is you do 2-point conversions, but you do it from like the 5-yard line so that you can't do a tush push.
Yeah.
And in that way, like at least like if it's an incomplete pass and then the other team, then it's over and we have a winner. And it feels like anytime an NFL game ends in a tie, it feels like the game, for me, it just feels like the game never happened. It doesn't matter. The entire 3 hours I just spent watching this football game was an absolute nothing burger, and I got nothing from it.
No, I'm with you. You went out on a date, great time, everything was fun, great dinner, drinks were fun, you enjoyed everything about it. You go back to the house, you Netflix and chill, and then she's like, I got to work early, and walks out the door. You just sit there by yourself. And that's what it was last night. Everything was going so well, and we got there. Shout out to the special teams for the Cowboys as well, who are the reason why they're in that game at the end with that 3-point swing early in the game of a blocked extra point return for 2 points. How crucial that play ends up becoming is huge. It's huge. But also, I will say, the no kicking field goals, I hate the less kickers could be involved in this, the better. Like I'd be more on par too of like, all right, we are gonna basically in overtime in the NFL. If you don't want to change anything else, let's go full barbarian mode. No punts, no field goals in overtime, and we play sudden death.
Yeah,
I know sudden death they don't like anyway. Or we can do both teams get the ball. But like, all right, so we'll go both teams get the ball, but no punts, no field goals. You have to go for touchdowns. That's the only thing you get. And that way,
doesn't matter if it's 4th and 20, you got to go for it.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you go 3 and out on your first possession. You have to go for it. And then the ball's down at their 10. Like, it just like, we don't care. We just want this. We want a winner. So we're just going to no more. And we don't want any more field goals where you both go down and kick a field goal like what we got in that game. Because it was 10 minutes. We got 6 points. What kind of garbage is that?
Yeah. I can't stand it. I'll never understand why they do it that way. They're never going to change it until, I mean, maybe they will one day, but it seems like they're just like, oh, this is the NFL. We are the overlords of football and we get to decide what is best. And our way is always the right way.
I'll say this too. I wish it was Dan Campbell because Dan Campbell would have threw the damn ball with 1 second left.
He might have.
He would have said, I don't want to put the tie.
Listen, if you're the Cowboys, like, why not just go for it instead of kicking the field goal? Like, what do you have to lose? You're already 1-2. A tie is not going to help you get back into the standings.
I know what you have to do. I know what you have is that Jerry's upstairs. Like, you screw this up, Brian. You screw this up. No, I don't. So I don't think it's a safety issue at all. I don't think it's a player safety issue. I don't. I think it's timing. There is issues of they don't want a game to go past commercials. It's like, as dumb as that sounds, they have an allotted amount of commercials they're going to play during it. And once they get past all of those, they'd like the game to end as soon as possible. Because then you can play other commercials during the post game and everything else. So basically that run at the end, you're not getting as much money as you can make for the time you have because you can't sell that. So that's why they want overtime to be shorter. It is a money thing. It is about greedy people not wanting to give you the best product. It's about making more money. Come on. This might be the most wild call out. I cannot believe this will happen. This feels.
I would love to see it.
Yeah,
like doing that at the swamp, I would love to see it.
Sark will call the Tebow jump pass at the goal line Saturday because of the success Arch has had running the ball in the red zone. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think Sark is a jump pass guy. Something tells me Sark will have that. We'll have something against that, but
that's much more of a Lane Kiffin, Dan Mullen type thing.
Yes, Yes,
I don't see that happening. But if it does, then we'll come back on Monday.
Well,
and we'll give you your shout out.
I love the confidence. I love the confidence in it. Also on the weekend, the Texans get a 26-0 win over the Titans. A shutout for the Texans. That part of it was good. The fact that 26 is a very misleading number because 20 of those points were scored in the fourth quarter. It was a horrendously awful game to watch for 3 quarters. And then the Texans offense all of a sudden started working. And so what you really found out of this game was that the Titans defense is not good for 40. It's not good for an entire game. That is what we really found. It is much more a Titans thing than a Texans thing, I believe, in this game. Now, it was good to see the confidence. It was good. It's always good to see the ball go through the hoop, right? That always helps you out. But it wasn't there. I think really the biggest piece you want to take out of this that you're hoping will be able to keep going for the Texans is Woody Marks. Woody Marks, 69 yards on the ground and a touchdown, and then another 50 yards through the air with a touchdown. If Woody Marks can be a reliable running back, that is big for you because D'Amico Ryans came out today, said you're getting a couple players back from injury. Danico Autry is in the window to start returning to practice. The safety, I can't remember, Reed, I believe, is coming back. He is starting to practice, and they asked about Joe Mixon, and he said, not soon. Basically saying, I don't know if he's coming back this year, which we've kind of said all year. We don't think he's going to play this year, which it sucks. But if Woody Marks can become a reasonable running back, Nick Chubb has done well, and Nick Chubb's a solid backup running back right now. He's just not explosive enough to be the real guy you use all the time because he's never going to break a big one. He'll get some good runs. But his long's 11 in this game, right? He did have a catch too, which Nick Chubb had to catch and kind of turned around, had an 8-yard catch, and afterwards was like laughing. Like, who's throwing Nick Chubb the ball? And so that piece across, they got the 26-0 win. You appreciate seeing that they actually figured it out. And in the end of the game, you felt really, really good because Woody Marks gets in the end zone a couple times. You think you found some things out. And now your hope is you're going to the Ravens and Lamar Jackson's out. They've lost some players. Maybe a Cooper Rush game for the Ravens. Maybe you have a shot to get that win because your schedule is not easy. And it's going to be a rough road for you if you can't get that win. You basically have to start winning some really big games quickly. The offense still doesn't look any good, though. 3 quarters of it looking completely abysmal. And then we get to the end. And then they traded Cam Robinson today, too. Traded Cam Robinson to the Browns. He wasn't starting, but again, they're making moves, but I don't know how much. I didn't see what they even got back for it. I just know they traded Cam Robinson to the Browns today.
Well, I mean, if the offensive line is going to be the same without him being there, you might as well get something for it.
Yeah.
The important thing is that they figured out that Woody Marks is good. And
how much of that is Titans? A lot of it is how much of this is the Titans.
It could be a little bit of the Titans, I think, but let me go back to here we go. So the Texans in their next couple of weeks, I mean, they play some defenses that can be gotten. Like the Ravens have been bad defensively.
Yeah.
The Seahawks aren't like, the 85 Bears. And then, the 49ers don't have Bosa anymore. He's gone. So, and then after that, you got the Broncos, which will be tough. But like, I think you can get
winnable games if you're
get a nice little rhythm going.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you. And that Ravens game, Ravens 1-3 now. People are starting to call for Harbaugh's job, which he's been there forever, but it does feel like something is terribly wrong with this defense right now. They allow 37 to the Chiefs. And I get it's the Chiefs, but that's a 2-2 Chiefs team now. The offense had looked really good. They're able to come back. Xavier Worthy, 5 receptions for 83 yards. He finally looks good as well. But the Ravens not able to get it done. I'm not going with the Lamar Jackson faked an injury one. I saw that one come out. I'm not going with that.
Yeah.
That one feels a little bit more forced as an agenda one. That they were like, well, he's not on the sideline like crying in pain, so he must have been out with an injury. If it's a hamstring thing, it's a hamstring thing. Like coach will tell you you're done. As soon as you walk over and you're like, my hamstring, like, cool, we're shutting you down. You're done. We want you to play again this season.
Yeah, it didn't help that Derrick Henry only had 8 carries for 42 yards either.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's time for us to knock the Ravens out of our top tier in the power rankings.
I think they're going to be 1-3. It feels like on Wednesday they are going to get a rude shock. And look, I get the Eagles are 4-0. They get a win over Buccaneers. I cannot say this is the worst 4-0 team I've ever seen. They're not even the worst. They're the luckiest 4-0 team. They're barely winning all of these games, just over and over again, not playing great football and then winning every game. So frustrating.
Hold on. What about the Chiefs last year?
I get that, but I thought the Chiefs defense was really, really good. I don't know if anything on the Eagles is as good as what the Chiefs defense was.
The only reason the Chiefs were even, above 500 at a certain point was because they were getting these phantom roughing the passer and all these phantom penalties. That's the luckiest undefeated team for over a certain period. I mean, what did they start?
I mean,
they started 9-0. Like,
okay, well, they're this year's Chiefs then. How about that?
I like that.
They're getting
AJ Brown is, by the way, I am so disappointed in my Rebel. I have him on fantasy football, and he's just been killing me. Absolutely killing me.
Yeah. I did not realize Lou Anarumo was the defensive coordinator for the Colts. And that makes so much more sense.
They're good.
Yeah, that defense. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's the guy who's really, really good in Cincinnati until they took away all of his players. And then he wasn't as good anymore. And then they blamed him and fired him. And now he's doing really good in Indy with a good offensive coach who's making Danny. Like, I think the coaching staff in Indy is doing a hell of a job getting everybody to play up to where they need to play. But the Rams do get the win. The Colts lose their first game. We got to take a break, man. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up, get to our meathead. It's not a great Monday Night Football slate, but we'll see what we think is going to happen in those as well as we wrap up the show here on a Monday reaction edition of Open Gym here on Tech Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back. to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping up the show on a Monday afternoon. Our meathead of the day, Matt. You know, it's sad how many of these we keep seeing. But I'm going to try and mute this quick because it's got a TikTok thing underneath it. One of those dumb ones. But we will, this was at the Chiefs game, after the Chiefs game on Sunday.
Nothing.
Got that TikTok thing. Here is Patrick Mahomes trying to hand the headband to a kid, and it has been grabbed out of the kid's hand, and the other person runs away with it. And the kid's like, oh, they just stole my thing. So I'm guessing this is probably a privileged kid, seeing that he's wearing a signed hat. I'm just getting the assumption because Patrick Mahomes like knew who it was and went up there and went, but he went to hand the kid the headband. He went to go hand it to him, and someone else ran off with it. And you think, okay, well that's awful, but we'll hold off till we see this posted by the person who did it.
Pat Mahomes game-wearing headband. But he came to her. It's his headband. I went and I waited for him. He came straight to her. After they started yelling, Mahomes, Mahomes, and he came and he gave me his headband.
So this is the cut that she came out afterwards and was like, Patrick Mahomes came over and gave me his headband, basically letting everybody know who it was who stole the headband from the kid, who was allegedly, it was his first game, and it was his birthday. And Patrick Mahomes was going to give him the headband, and the woman has stolen it. This is now happening all of the time, Matt. When will people? Now, I will tell you the positive one that happened is that Cal Raleigh, the Mariners catcher, who has been lighting it up this season, screw him, screw the Mariners, but knocking my Astros out of the playoffs, hate them. But Cal Raleigh hits his 60th. A guy catches the ball, a 60th home run ball, a very valuable ball, sees a kid and hands it to him. Doesn't even care, like just does a good deed. Maybe he doesn't realize 60th home run ball, that's a big ball. I don't know what it is, but just takes it and does the right thing and hands the ball to the kid, right? Well, then the kid, the Mariner staff comes running up, grabs the kid, and is like, hey, do you want to meet Cal Raleigh? And go, like, we want the ball back, basically, because it's a historic ball and we want to go to Cal Raleigh. So we want the ball back, but we're going to give you all these other things. But the kid got all of that. Then the story came out and they showed the video of the guy handing him the ball and everything. And then they found the guy and then gave him some stuff too. Because they were like, thank you for being a good person and doing the thing, giving it to a kid. So everyone kind of won in that story. So there is a positive one, and then we get the negative one. Don't be the bad one.
This woman is obviously the kind of person who is always the main character
Yes.
In every story that she's ever told in her entire life. She's the most important person in every single room that she has ever been in her entire life. That is absolutely disgusting. Patrick Mahomes would not have sought out a Giants fan that was sitting right next to a Chiefs fan who is a kid, probably wearing a Mahomes jersey, and given her his headband. It's
terrible.
It's disgusting. It's terrible. That woman should be canceled right alongside the baseball Karen that we saw a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And the guy at the USO. All these people should be. I mean, they're pathetic.
It is the absolute worst. Can't stand them. But then they post the stuff on online.
The one positive thing is that I bet the Chiefs eventually see this and they do something awesome.
Mahomes will do the right thing. He's a nice guy, as much as he's belittled for a lot of other things. He seems to be a pretty nice guy. So we'll go with that. Do the Dolphins or Jets get their first win tonight?
Do they play each other?
Yes, in 15 minutes.
The Jets get their first win.
I'm playing against a guy with 3 Jets. I got a lead. I need him. I need the Dolphins defense. Come on, guys, get it going. They're bad football teams. That is a bad game. And then Bengals and Broncos, second game of the doubleheader tonight. They start at 7:15 on ABC. Hopefully the Broncos, or maybe the Broncos, get back on track. I'll say it because they have a lot of Texas players on the team. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow to wrap up Monday Night Football and a whole lot more. Get us closer to Florida. We're going to be talking Florida with a guest as well tomorrow. Cannot wait to get into this week. Hope you all hang out with us. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll be here tomorrow